Alrighty, boys and girls, how we doing? Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. How we all doing? What's up, what's up? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, boys and girls. How we all doing? Oh, coffee at the ready. World of Warcraft loaded. Let's go. Some interesting news, eh? Interesting news that I'm sure we'll talk about a lot today. Interesting news. No new legendaries, no new crafted gear, no new nothing. I suspected this to be the case. I suspected the lack of anything to be the case. Because Season 4 is not a full patch. Season 4 is the scraps. The scraps of what Blizzard had left or had pre-developed for a hypothetical patch 9.3 that never happened because they canned it. because they've been working on Dragonflight. Yeah. Enjoying my second to last day of vacation. Hey, relax, take it easy, have a good one. Vacations are needed, very much so. But yeah, no confirmed, no new legendaries, which is an interesting twist. An interesting twist for sure. It does do a couple of oh, we sold a battered hilt of all things. It does do something a little bit wild though for the legendary market. Some people have already worked it out, but sometimes when there's no new stuff, old stuff becomes better again. What do we mean by old stuff becoming better again? I thought the news was that you got alpha. According to my Blizzard launcher, no. No, not yet. Soon, TM. I would quite like it relatively speedily though, Blizzard, if you would be so kind. Yeah, old stuff is going to become more valuable again. With everybody increasing their item level in Season 4 up to a maximum of, I think, 311. Somebody will confirm or deny. That your 291 legendaries are probably not going to take priority in the slots anymore. A significantly higher item level piece of gear, and I should state it's going to have to be at least heroic, if not mythic, for it to push out the legendary, I would imagine. But there's a good chance that people will start putting their legendaries again in the off slots. Right? The off slots are going to be the low stat slots, I reckon. So, your rings, your necks, things like braces, belts, that sort of stuff. Stuff that doesn't hold a lot of main stat, so it doesn't really matter too much if it's lower item level. Your chest pieces, your shoulders, your legs, your big ticket items, they're going to want to be these new shiny fated items. If you can get your hands on them, of course. So, it's going to, well, it's going to make jewel crafting bis again. Flipping capes, tailoring capes, braces all round. Jewel crafting rings and necks are going to go burr. For the last few weeks and months of the expansion, it feels, until everything ultimately dies a death. It's going to be really interesting. I can't wait to see just how long it takes to actually happen. There will come a point where the legendary system will just get switched off. Boof, gone. Everybody will be liquidating. Everybody will be trashing the price. Nobody will be buying. It'll be chaos. Everybody will be dumping materials like a crazy person. It's going to be a bit of a madness for a little while. Because this is theoretically a shorter patch as well. This is just, the fated raids and the fated Season 4 is just a bit of fun to keep people tied over until Dragonflight. The fact that there's no new content is quite interesting. I think Blizzard put all of this information out in an actual post. Interestingly, your Cosmic Flux is going to do a bunch more stuff as well, which is going to be quite nice. So, what have we got here then? I'm wondering actually if I might be better off hanging fire, going through all of this for a little bit until give people a bit of an opportunity, because we have started the stream early today. Still zero info on the auction house patch though. Should I be buying Pogs for Crossrealm or not? Yeah, this is yeah, no Crossrealm action. I don't think 927 is anytime soon, to be honest. They said it was going to be a thing, and like with many things recently, they said it's going to be a thing, and then they say nothing, and they say nothing at all, and then like 2 days before something's actually meant to happen, then they go, oh yeah, by the way, exactly like this, Season 4, we are less than a week away from Season 4. And only now are they going, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to do this, this, and this. This is how it's all going to work. Even though it's, And you can tell, right? You can tell they've deliberately been radio silent. This will be the last major post regarding Season 4. Patch notes, and then the season itself will be a upon us soon, so look forward to those. That said, it's clear there's been some lingering questions and concerns surrounding Season 4. So we wanted to take the time to respond to some of the most common questions in a sort of lightning round. So it's clear that they've been just, they've been watching, they've been listening, but they've been saying nothing. Instead of coming forward and answering people's questions, and then, because you can answer, if somebody asks a question, it's entirely acceptable to answer that question and then still do this, take all of those answers and collate them into one nice and easy to understand patch notes. That's kind of the point, right? Deliberately saying nothing so that you can then, just keep people guessing seems really bad, but just in time for the news. Yeah, that's it. Get your coffee ready, breakfast on the go. Time for the news. Monthly news. Communication's never been their strong, but yeah, without question, yeah. But Blizzard have also had a terrible history with it as well, in terms of the fact that they used to answer all the questions, and then they found it very difficult to maintain a general consensus on something. And then they'd try and backtrack on things that they'd already said, and they'd receive backlash for backtracking. And so, and so they just were like, well, fuck it then. We're not going to say anything. We won't say a bean until we know for absolutely 110% certain it's going to happen. And then we'll tell you. But yeah, they could definitely be better at it. That's for sure. Let's go through a few of the things real quick then. Conduits are the bane of most people's life throughout most of this expansion. I've tried to, for the best part, just ignore them completely. But conduit item levels are not increasing. They will stay at 278. 278 will be the maximum you're going to be able to get. 278 will become the new normal item level for Fated Raids. Conduits on what appears to be most Fated difficulties will drop to 78 conduits. So if you are engaging in the new Fated Raids, you're going to get the 278 conduits, and you're going to be able to complete your collection slowly but surely, even if you're still missing some. LFR will drop 265. None of this matters though. This is the thing. None of this matters though. The Vessel of the Profound Possibilities, an item which required you to go ham in Season 3 to upgrade all of your conduits to 278, is now changing. It won't require Season 3 endgame achievements, but it instead will be purchasable by all characters for Cosmic Flux. So all of this doesn't matter anymore. All of this doesn't matter, because you know what? That Cosmic Flux that you've got 10 million of it, yeah, just trade it all in for your conduits. 278 conduits. Boom, there we go. Anybody that claims that they don't have enough Cosmic Flux is lazy. You can get so much Cosmic Flux. Load up Handy Notes. There's like 5,000 Cosmic Flux for free in about an hour running around Zereth Mortis. It's super quick and easy to get, even on an alt. You don't even need to kill anything. Handy Notes, go pick up some treasures on an alt, and boom, you've got more Cosmic Flux than you know what to do with. So, conduits are 278 max. If you haven't got them at 278, you can easily get them to 278, so GG there. The big one for us though, big one for us crafters, being legendaries and crafting. Hashtag no changes. This is going to be a common thing we'll see with Season 4. Hashtag no changes. Shadowlands crafted legendaries will not increase in rank, staying at a maximum of rank 7 with an item level of 291 for the season. There is no new crafters marks to create a single piece of improved item level gear like there have been with previous content updates. So crafters, get busy doing something else, because if you're already, like me, bored to death of the current crafting stuff, there's nothing new. Nothing new. All of this goes to show, right? This is the exact reason why they did not call it patch 9.3. Because they did not feel that it contains anywhere near enough to denote it its own patch name. There's no new raid. They're just rehashing raids and doing a bit of testing for loot systems. They're not increasing anything. They're not even iterating on it. They're not even saying, right, well, maybe maybe here's a token you collect and you can upgrade it by 2 item levels for every token you collect or something, up to a maximum of. They're just doing nothing with it. They're just like, right, no, we're not giving any development time to these areas of the game whatsoever, because hopefully they're all working on Dragonflight, so it's all good as far as I'm concerned. Kind of surprised they made some of these decisions, to be honest. It really feels like development has ceased completely on Shadowlands. They're not interested in it anymore. Oh, absolutely. That's 100% the case. They pretty much came out and said that themselves. When they officially announced that there was not going to be a Season 3, that was the alarm. That should have been the alarm bells going off for people. But they're not doing a Season 3. They're not doing a patch 9.3, and they're calling this Season 4 because they're not working on Shadowlands anymore. They're just keeping it ticking over. It's nothing but maintenance, trying to keep people at least somewhat busy. This is why I think they're being very, very strategic with how they're dealing with the alpha and what they will probably do with the beta. They're being super strategic in how they are talking about the alpha. Past expansions, alpha was a simple process, right? Past expansions, what they did with the alpha was really simple. They gave it to your top tier content creators. It lasted 4 or 5 weeks. They just blurred it all out. They didn't really tell you anything about what was going on. They just gave people access to the client and let people explore. It was really sort of very casual. It's friends and family. Nobody had access to it apart from like a handful of people. Most people ultimately ignored the alpha. There was nothing much to be gained from it in past expansions, really. In Dragonflight, though, it's super carefully calculated. Right, this week it's going to be this zone. We want everybody to focus on this zone. It's going to be these professions and it's going to be this dungeon. We want everybody to focus on those. I mean, that's good from a testing perspective, but it's also remarkably good from a marketing perspective, because it means that not everything is available day one, and it will keep people interested and engaged in it for the entire duration of the alpha being out, rather than there being a zerg of content for it when it's first given to the big content creators, and then it trickles off and people are left with questions because they don't have access to it themselves. They're being super careful with how that they talk about the alpha, because that keeps people interested in the game. Worst case scenario, people aren't actually playing the game, but at least they're paying some attention to what's going on and it's at the forefront of their mind. They're not just completely off playing Final Fantasy. I'm glad they're trying it out. For ages I've been hoping they might add more content but not increase the gear item level. No new content this time, but I'm sure they'll get valuable feedback regarding the gear. They always do this like test at the end of the very last patch is always where they try and test something. I mean, look what we've had. Look what they did in 8.3. They went really off the rails in 8.3 with the corruption gear. They always try something towards the end of the expansion because it's risk-free, right? If it all goes horribly wrong, which you could argue corruption did. Corruption gear though was quite fun, but it's definitely not something that they could have done at the start of an expansion. It was quite fun because it was silly and it was broken. You put what was the Twilight Devastation or something? You get 3 pieces of Twilight Devastation and tanks were just deleting entire raids before anybody even got near them. It was just silly, it was broken, but you can't do that at the start of an expansion because there's knock-on effects. They always test these things at the end of the expansion. Now, unfortunately, Fated Raids don't appear to be doing anything too silly.
Is that your
but
wallet?
what they are doing is they're trying to test out. a way to distribute
I
loot,
hope.
which could be good. Can't talk today. Solidity, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. Welcome in 6 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully this new system, there's the coins you're going to get from doing this, which will allow you to go to a vendor to pick up a very specific piece of gear. We already kind of see this being implemented in Dragonflight as well. For reference, for those that may or may not be keeping up with what's going on with Season 4, you'll get 3 tokens depending as you do the fated raids on any difficulty. You'll get some quests, and once you complete that quest, you get a token. You can take that token to a vendor, and you can just buy a piece of gear that you want. You get to choose it off a big list. You buy the piece of gear that you want. So it's very deterministic gearing. What is the benefit of that? Well, it gets people the ability to choose exactly what they want, but they're still limiting it to only 3 pieces across the entire season. For the rest of the gear, you might still have to just, wait. It does kind of give the impression to me, I might be getting this wrong, but it gives me the impression that people are going to wait until they've geared up reasonably well, and then they might use these tokens to fill the gaps. I don't know. I don't know how people will take to it, but neither do Blizzard. This is why they're testing it. They throw things in at the end of an expansion just to see how it works. But Dragonflight is doing the same thing already. Soulbound crafting, soulbound materials coming from the raids. A version on normal, a version on heroic, a version on mythic. That raider is then going to take that soulbound crafting material and create a work order from it. So instead of going to a vendor to pick up the exact piece of gear they want, they're going to, create a work order for a crafted piece of gear that they want. It's a little bit more restricted than just a vendor with a big list of items, but it's more community driven, right? You're getting everybody involved. Even people that aren't raiding are getting involved with that, The farmers need to get the rest of the materials, the crafters need to be able to craft the item, the raider needs to get the soulbound item. They all come together to make a piece of gear and everybody's happy. You can kind of see that they took this fated system and implemented it in Dragonflight just from the word go, without even really much testing of it. We'll see how it turns out. Reusing slightly older content is also a good step forward, expanding what content is relevant throughout the game. There's a lot of people, many of us tend not to realise that there's a huge churn of players in this game. Every single expansion that launches brings a massive wave of just straight up new people to the game. Which these people have not seen these old dungeons and raids for the most part. Maybe they did it once when they were leveling a character, maybe, possibly, but apart from that, they've never seen them. So that's the kind of the perspective I like to look at using old content from, is that if they use old enough content, most people probably won't have seen it in its original form anyway. So in a way, it's still kind of new content, at least to a portion of the player base. It's obviously not new to everybody though. It's kind of bad because your long-time loyal players of the game, they're like, well, I've already done that dungeon like 500 times. I don't care at that point. It's not interesting to them. But I think this is the problem with an MMO. When you try and attract a huge variety of players, you ain't never gonna please everybody. But as long as you're pleasing a good few people, hey presto, well done, absolutely. Everybody using the silhouetting ruby will get it with their first token. See, I'm assuming that that's some broken OP trinket. I don't know the gear in the current raid, to be honest. I wonder if they keep their word and don't make any big balance changes for items after Season 4 starts. It would suck if you buy an item with tokens and then it gets nerfed. It's the last patch. This is my point. They do this testing at the last patch. Then they can actually, it's the only patch in the game where they can go, you know what, just have fun. Just go crazy. Because soon as 10.0 lands, it's a hard reset on your gearing anyway. If oh dear, Warlocks are a little bit OP in the final patch. Well, it doesn't matter because everybody's getting nerfed and changed and rejigged in the next expansion anyway. So it doesn't matter all that much. Mr. Christmas, greetings. Watched you back on YouTube at the beginning of the Shadowlands. Well, welcome back, and hope you're enjoying the game and equally the stream. Alderman in the alpha is a new dungeon for a lot of players, and then nostalgia for veterans. Yeah, most people will have probably never played Alderman. Honestly, they'll probably never have played it. I'm intrigued actually to take a little bit of a look at the Alderman dungeon if and as and when we can get on the alpha. Because unfortunately, a few people have stated that it doesn't feel like Alderman. It feels like a Wish.com version of Alderman. Which I hope that they can rectify in some way. I don't know whether that's just nostalgia kicking in and not being, not being met, but Lazy had this Lazy had run same dungeon every season for Soul Setting Ruby. I think his record was 41 before it dropped. Oh no. Oh dear. See, this is why I don't do Mythic Plus. Genuinely the idea of full-on hardcore grinding the same dungeon every single season for the same bit of gear just at a higher item level makes me feel ill. It genuinely makes me feel sick. Not for me at all. Moy drinking Powlig coffee still, right? Mostly. Yeah, no, we're drinking Pelican Rouge at the moment. But Tedeva, welcome in. We have Alderman at home memes then. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, that's a very good way of looking at it. Better get back to Powlig. Well, I will do when they stop putting the price up of the coffee. Simple answer. Simple answer. One of the bullets further down the list is about rebalancing trinkets too. I gotta get you some. Hey, sort me out some sort of sponsorship with coffee and we can talk. We can talk. I'll rep the brand all day long if they give me freebies. Get me some t-shirt. None of this Macchia rubbish. Just get me a Powlig t-shirt and we're good. I can be bought. I'll sell out for a price, don't you worry. Cultural Katrina. No. No. Imagine if the jackhammer drops in the new Alderman. What, scaled up to like super item levels? Yeah. That would annoy a few people that have run that place 1,000 times. What do we got then? Let's dive a little bit deeper on. I got fixated on raiding somehow, which is odd for me. Cosmic Flux is going to remain the same as Season 3 and will not disappear on a season rollover. See, this is interesting that they had to state this. I never ever considered Cosmic Flux to be a seasonal currency. Cosmic Flux is the currency you earn in Zereth Mortis. I didn't make any correlation between Cosmic Flux and some sort of seasonal thing. But maybe this is just to answer the questions. Maybe people thought that, oh no, is all my Cosmic Flux going to get deleted? But maybe not. Is it only me or is the writing of that post not sharpened? Had that yesterday with a post 2 in your stream. Now it's better. I don't know. Maybe it's a focus thing. Not having it full screen and probably full resolution could be. Am I zoomed in? We can zoom in a bit more anyway. Makes it easier for all to see. There is now an item to transfer Cosmic Flux to your other characters. Yes, there's a bit of a fee alongside it though. What's it like? What was it? 1,500 for 1,250 or something? Either way, you can transfer all of those hundreds of thousands of Cosmic Flux all over the place. Could be OBS scaling, making it fuzzy. Yeah, because you got to remember that it's scaling it a few times. It's it's ripping it from here into OBS. OBS is processing it. It's sending it to Twitch. Twitch is processing it. Then unless you're running it in full screen, it's being scaled down, and so all of that is going to do funky business with text. I think the stream's 1080p. I'm quite sure the stream's 1080p. I just stream at the highest bitrate Twitch will allow me. And yeah, we go from there. Sand-worn relics are going to become bind on account. Why the hell were they not in the first place? Honestly, why were sand-worn relics not bound on account in the first place? I think most people who have been running around Zereth Mortis by this point probably have a whole bunch of these things. More of them that are needed. I know I was saving a bunch of them deliberately just to get the transmog appearances, but you can shimmy these about to alts if needed. 2 OP, 246 gear. Well, see, this is the thing, right? 246 gear is like compared to the what is it going to be? 278 is the normal level. Normal level raiding gear is going to be 278. So your 246 gear from Zereth Mortis is still trashed here. It's going to be really weird. Anybody that doesn't engage heavily in the end game is going to still be at the exact same 250 item level. Mythic Raiders are going to be a full 60 item levels higher, which is a monstrous amount. But hey, what are you gonna do? It's a funky it's a funky season anyway. So the unused attendance token of merit from season 3 will be converted into 1,000 gold per token. The socket item will get converted into 6,000 gold because it costs 6 tokens. So same old, same old. Sandsworn gear can be catalyzed into tier. Oh, well, that's true. Yeah, I suppose now that it's it will make it easier to get the tier gear on your alts, I suppose, if you care for that business. Tokens of merit are returning in season 4 with a new socket item priced at only 3 tokens to account for the season length. This item works on season 4 raid, PvP and Mythic Plus just like it did before. So they have, they're allowing you to socket your gear if you're unlucky with your loot drops. Fine. Keystone Decay is 3 levels like it's been in past seasons. If you time an 18, you'll receive a 15 when season 4 begins. Old dungeons are going to retain their original stats when scaling up to season 4. This means that primary stats on rings from WoD, trinkets with no primary stats, and the Mechagon rings from Mythic Mechagon rings and other unique items from these dungeons will all be enabled. Our intent is for this season to keep as many things from these dungeons as they were where possible. This is a good indication of they're just like, right, well, we'll just let everything drop for the most part, and if it's broken, it's broken. It's just one of those. We're not focusing too heavily on this. Just go do as you please. Can you imagine the 40k Andys getting $ in their eyes at 6k from the socket items? Hey, it could be a thing. That's like a week's worth of callings right there. Yeah, you're right. I got peer pressured into setting up the flipping tables on my alts yesterday. I was chilling in Zanzaful stream and I was like, right, I think I've now got 13 level 60 characters and I had the mission set up on like 3 of them. So I was like, right, time to get the mission table up on all 13 alts. Prove a point to people. I might as well cash in on pet tokens. So Zan streams are dangerous. Well, if you ever want to be looking at grinding something out, then Zan's stream is I'm just too lazy to do it, even though I know it's worth. The thing is, I know I'll set them up, and I know I won't do anything about it. But I wanted to just, get. I'm logging into 25 different characters to sell pets. To add another 13 characters just to quickly press the TLDR button. I'll just build it into my rotation of characters, and we might as well do something with it. I'll take full advantage of the pet charms that I get from it either way. And luckily, I hadn't actually touched the mission table at all on most of those ults, meaning I was able to cheese it to get really high level troops from the word go. Turned all of my ults into Night Fae. Let's just min-max tables and let them sit there. I'm not doing much else with them at the moment, so the good old login gameplay. Yeah, I'm gonna just fight the login boss a few more times to be fine. Some of you may know Warlords had a different loot system where over 100 items were shared between all the dungeons. For Season 4, Grimrail Iron Docks will comprise of items unique to those dungeons, as well as a mix chosen from that large shared pool to bring it in line with other dungeons. So yeah, in other words, good luck making Abyss list. Because you don't even know if that item's going to drop from the dungeon or not. Okay, great. Mythic Plus end of run items won't be capped week 1 like in previous seasons. Non-Tazavesh Shadowlands dungeons are gaining an increase in base item level. But these items are not upgradable with Valor. Only items from the Season 4 Mythic Plus pool will be upgradable by Valor. So even regular dungeons are getting an item level increase. I wonder what what are we saying? 250, 256, something like that. Regular dungeons will probably go to. Regular heroic dungeons. If 265 is going to be LFR, 262 maybe. Just slightly less than what LFR gives you. And then 278 is going to be normal mode. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's going to be really weird if you, without doing instanced content, you're not going to get gear above item level 250, and there'll be other people running around in like 311 gear. It's going to be mad. But none of it matters, because by the time Dragonflight launches, you will get reset anyway. Mythic raiding available on launch with no delay. This is a big one. This is a big one. Usually there's a bit of a ramp up period. I'm talking now from the purpose of selling shit, right? So if you're getting your potions, your flasks, your feasts, your consumables on the go, you're going to see 100% demand from day one, because every guild, every raider will be pushing from the word go, even into the higher difficulties. There won't be any race to world first, so they just let Mythic open from day one. Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a scuffed season in the first place, so they're just like, well, you know what, just go for it. This is also going to be a good thing for people. Cross realm raiding will stay on, as there's no Hall of Fame for Season 4. So it's quite literally a case of, right, we're going to turn it on, and you can just go and do it. Which I kind of wish they did more of anyway. But you know, that's a good way to produce a nice little spike in demand next week for your consumable items. If you get your alchemy on the go, get some food cooked up, get your enchants crafted, get your gems ready, that sort of stuff will probably pop off. Cross realm raiding makes me not sleeping good for the next expansion. Sounds with a new raid content it will come back. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the regular Hall of Fame system will kick back in for sure. Raid skips earned in previous will unlock if you've already got the raid skips, blah blah blah. Castle Nathria and Sanctum of Domination will now give reputation with either Court of Harvesters or Death's Advance. Blah blah blah. In Fated they will drop 2000 Cosmic Flux as well. Maybe it's a backup plan for those that really do not want to go back to Zereth Mortis. Items received from the Fated raid will have their Fated tag when transformed into class set armor by the Creation Catalyst, meaning that they will also be upgradable via heroic mythic upgrade currency mentioned in the original post. Cool. There's a bunch of shit going on about the raid rewards. This is all pretty much, you know, hunters, your legendary bow, You're not going to be able to buy it with your tokens, boo hiss, but it will drop more frequently and you'll be able to upgrade it in the exact same way as you have previously. Great, excellent. Second, with raids rotating, we want to ensure that a higher amount of items looted from a raid on a given week have chance to be satisfying upgrades. You could imagine a scenario where Castle Nathria, for example, might not be worth it if all the quote-unquote good trinkets come from a different raid that you won't be able to access for 1 to 2 weeks. Additionally, Season 4 is an opportunity to look how these items will a full season or more with a full season of hindsight, and thus be able to improve ones that we felt were close to power level wise but not quite enough to complete with popular or easy. Okay, sure. People are obviously going to try and min-max because they always do. Blizzard are I think a lot of these changes are Blizzard attempting to say that this is a real scuffed season. You can try and min-max it if you really want, and players will obviously do it because DPS meters are a thing, raid logs are a thing, 99 percentile passes are a thing, so people will try and min-max shit, but this is Blizzard just trying to say, look, it's scuffed, you know? Shit will feel a little bit weird and it won't be normal, but we're not going to be changing any of it. Just stay occupied until Dragonflight, basically. Lastly, given the limited dinar currency, we've seen a lot of fear from players that they'll be afraid to spend them only to have the item nerfed or another item be made better. We are front-loading the changes at the start of the season and intend to stay as hands-off as possible, so decisions made about which items you buy can be removed from the fear of those numbers changing dramatically. In other words, reiterating once again, it's a scuffed season, it's going to be a little bit crazy. We're not going to touch it though. We're unlikely to change anything unless something is game-breakingly level broken. So just go and play. You know, just go and play. But there we go. So Season 4 kicks in next week. If you will be doing any of the fated content, your item level of your gear should increase a little bit. If you're not a big endgame instanced content player, such as myself, there is absolutely nothing interesting for you to be doing. Zereth Mortis will be left in the dust. Nothing new to craft, nothing new, nothing interesting to try and strive for. Yeah. Get lucky and get into the Dragonflight Alpha or Beta, or maybe play some other games for a while. Lego is going to be your lowest of items, time to craft it on the quote-unquote bad slots by bracers. Yeah, this is probably going to come up a few times and probably going to be the topic of conversation for today's little video. Will be that, yes, capes, bracers, rings and necks will all be the in-demand thing. Jewel crafters are going to have fun again. If you have jewel crafting legendaries, you're going to have a laugh because you'll be able to sell both the necks and the rings again. Anybody getting those free Valor, Essence of Valors, you may be able to put some use to them. It'll be all good. It'll be all good. Now I see why arm guards have jumped to 60k for a few hours until I was undercut back to 15. Oh lord. I wonder how many lapsed players will come back for the fated raids. I don't think this is a patch in any way, shape or form to bring people back, because it's not a patch, right? It's not even a big content patch. It's like it's about as scuffed as they can get away with. This isn't going to bring people back. The only saving grace for Blizzard is this might keep the people that are currently still subscribed for a little bit longer. I don't think this is going to do much to bring people back in any way, shape or form. I've not seen any significant Raider or PvP or Mythic Plus dude like overly hyped about this. It's just, especially considering anybody that does heavily enjoy the end game, they've already done all of this, right? They've already killed these bosses. They've already, you know, they've already got the loot off it. Doing it all again with a slight twist is, I don't know. If you're deep into Mythic Plus, I get it, because you're kind of used to that mentality, right? Doing the same thing again just for a slightly higher reward. But there's lots of people out there that they kill the reason they raid is they want to kill the boss, and once they've killed the boss, they're done. They don't particularly care about the gear that comes for it. They absolutely don't care for farming it. They're interested in killing the boss, and once they've killed the boss, they're done. Those players could not give a hoot about this new system, because it's the same shit. They've already done it. They're not bothered. And there's no FOMO in not doing it either, considering Dragonflight will come and everything gets reset anyway. So I can't imagine this will do much of a thing to bring players back to the game. It's more of a, you know, maintaining who's still here sort of thing. I mean, it's worse for raiders. Many lost CE due to cutting one of the hardest raid tiers short. And for what? A gimmick raid tier with no CE, no race, no competition. Maybe. It's really a season nobody wanted or called for. It's entirely a maintenance thing. 100%. Just please be content for another couple of months whilst we finish Dragonflight is exactly what this is. For us goblins, what should we be ticking off before moving into 10.0 in addition to trafficking pets to all realms? You can kind of go very much into just collecting everything that you're missing mode. I tend to use the last major content patch of an expansion to just look at all the things and go and grab the things that I don't have. The last patch of an expansion, you've got all of the catch-up features, you've got the best gear you're ever going to have in that content, or have ever had in that content. You can absolutely face roll everything. You can make sure you've collected all of the pets from all the zones, you've collected all of your mounts, you've grabbed all of the patterns and recipes across all of the professions. I did this a couple of weeks ago. I logged through my characters and were like, right, is there anything recipe-wise that I need on these characters that I actually care for? And I went out and grabbed some of them. And it's from a gold making perspective. If you've got a little stockpile of gold, if you are Scrooge McDuck sat on a few gold coins right now, now is the time to start working out what is in Shadowlands that is cheap now because everybody is in Shadowlands, and what will still be desirable once we leave Shadowlands. That's going to be items like semi-rare BOEs with unique appearances for the purpose of transmog. Obviously, let's not forget though, when they go into a transmog status, they want, you know, half the target market is disappeared. People will buy a BOE today because it's a power game. People will buy a BOE today because it's a transmog. You got two different types of, you know, market for that. Going forward, half that disappears. So you do really need to make sure you are buying these things cheap. Banging out those Paragon caches if you can. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Paragon caches for each of the different reps. You can still do your callings. You can still grind your reputation pretty easily at the moment. The mission table can definitely help you with that. But once you leave Shadowlands, the likelihood of you coming back to do content to grind Paragon boxes is super slim. So yeah, just start switching your mindset from what is like the hyper sell things today, and start looking at what's going to be what's going to hold value. If it's a collectible item in any way, shape or form, so a pet, a mount, a toy, unique transmog appearance, those are the sorts of items that will still hold value quite nicely going forward. Stocked up on some materials to craft 87, 233, 262 gear. counting on there being level 50 and 60 twinks once Dragonflight is out. Yeah, maybe. Let's not forget, though, that all Shadowlands materials are going to get dumpstered into the ground when we get closer to the end of the expansion. So there'll be nothing will cost more than 10 gold by the time we get towards the end of the expansion. Prices will go absolutely in the bin. And on top, at some point, we're getting the region-wide commodity market, which will only emphasize the prices being dumpstered. So yeah, maybe don't stock up on mats too heavily. So all the things, why don't you peer pressure Zan into this as revenge? All the things, you know, it's an acquired taste. You gotta experience it on your own. The goop for the mount might be a popular one. Yeah, what's it called? Strange goop or something. That's one of those items that on many realms you'll probably find there'll be somebody flipping, fishing, botting or something that will have 200 of them listed on the auction house or something. Yeah, the strange goop is, like I said, anything that links to a collectible is likely to maintain its value once we leave the expansion. Paragon cloaks, weapons, Korthia shoulders, nobody will be doing once Dragonflight is released. Interestingly, we've already seen that effect within the same expansion, right? Korthia shoulders, and nobody in Korthia right now. People don't even want to be in Zereth Mortis, never mind Korthia. Nobody wants to be in those zones, and so yes, you are spot on. It means that the rare collectible items from that zone are arguably already going up in price. Now, Kachak might have a little bit something to do with the Korthia shoulders. I don't know how heavy he's gone on Zereth Mortis stuff, but Korthia, there's quite some people. Yeah, but they're all skinning. They're all just 2x4 skinning. They're not like doing Zereth Mortis for the sake of doing Zereth Mortis. They may be killing the rares that drop the mounts, just to, you know, because you only get one go a day sort of thing. Goop should be a commodity item, right? So expect the price to collapse soon. I don't know if it is. Jericho seems to suggest that it's not. Where's Strange Goop? Strange Goop is not a commodity item by the looks of things. So it's going to be realm specific. Yeah, this will be a realm specific item. This is why it pays to have a few characters in across a few different realms. That's for sure. Probably closer to the Woo's selling one of these. Probably closer towards the end of the expansion, I'll start putting together like a list, a shopping list of things that people should keep their eyes on. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work it out. Like I said, the things you're looking for, you're looking at collectible items that will hold their price. Anything that's somewhat valuable today will probably be somewhat more valuable once everybody leaves and moves on and plays with dragons for a bit. Right, let's get some auctions sorted first and foremost though. I need to actually play the game for a little bit. I might fire through my mission tables, you know. Considering I got peer pressured into getting these set up and running. Let's take a little look at how well I actually did with that process. Lattices, that's another shout. Yeah, lattices are a good one because they indirectly go towards creating pets and mounts. So I think there's a lot of stuff in Zereth Mortis. I think Zereth Mortis holds the key to a lot of things. That is probably, there's probably an abundance of it right now. And soon as everybody leaves Zereth Mortis, like literally forever. Although Zereth Mortis does strike me as one of those zones that people may continue to farm it even after, because of the pets and the mounts. Because it doesn't matter, you can still buy the lattices, but you will equally still also need, even if you've bought a bunch of the lattices, you'll still need the Genesis motes to be able to make the things. So there's still going to be a touch of farming involved over there. Gobbled up about 50 goops myself. Lattices, yeah, the Helicid and the Vespoid in particular. Yeah. Anything that's a little bit rare. Oh, the Varuths. That's the big two-handed weapon thing, isn't it? That's probably not a bad one. You can probably pick those up cheap on a few realms as well now. Especially, I mean, because you got to remember, some people have been buying those because at 246 it's genuinely an upgrade for like fresh level 60s. You've got two different markets looking at buying that. People will buy it off the auction house at 246 just because it's an item level upgrade for them. They won't even realise it's got a cool appearance to it. There's obviously the category of people that know it looks cool as well and will buy it purely because of that. But lattices are considered commodities. The smart thing to do in that scenario, when lattices turn into commodities, there's a bit of strategy to be had with. Now there's only a handful of people that can take advantage of this, but if you have your gold spread about, if you've got a little bit of gold on a bunch of different realms, you can use things like the Undermine Journal to see where the lattices are cheap. And if you've got gold on those realms, you can hoover them up before they become a commodity, before they even hit the market. You can hoover up, if you can hoover up the bottom 15% of the market before the market merges, you can then instantly sell those back on a commodity. And that goes to say that that's true for any of the commodities, right? If you have the ability to go to a realm where they're currently at their cheapest, hoover up the bottom percentage of them before it merges, you can then instantly relist them again and probably turn a very quick profit on those. But like I said, that's quite a niche thing because it requires you to have your gold spread about, and I know most people don't. So yeah. There's probably only, 5 or 6 people that could even do that, even if they wanted to. What's an easy way to spread the gold about? Yeah, maybe pets. Maybe pets. All missions sent. Good. Next. I both love and hate just how easy TLDR is. Both love and hate it. I love it because it makes things super duper mega easy. But I hate it because it feels so overpowered. It just completely removes an entire avenue of gameplay from the game. And I kind of feel bad for abusing it, but it's a legit add-on, so. This is going to be my problem though, the login boss. If you feel bad, just use the app. Anybody on Khazmodan, grab the Helicid lattices now, cheapest EU. Haven't got gold there myself though. Is Khazmodan, that's presumably linked with somebody, right? That's sounds like a connected realm to me. So at the moment, Essentia prices are 50 to 80% higher than last month's market value. Is this due to spectators, right? Now that we know that there's no Lego Crafter's Mark gear is poop, the Essentia should crash down very fast starting next week. I mean, yes, anytime there's an announcement of something, you know, the market is affected by that. Usually because people are like, right, okay, now I'm going to buy a bunch of these Pog Essences because I know that I'm going to be crafting rank 7s and I know I'm going to be needing them. You've got to remember there was previously a good chance that there would have been something new and Pog Essences wouldn't have been needed at all, and at that point their price would have just dipped to 0 super fast, just like Korthite crystals did eventually. Now that people know that Progenitor Essentia is still going to be useful throughout the rest of the expansion, people are trying to hoover up what is the cheap stuff, I would guess. Would be my assumption. Okay, this has done nearly 8,000 simulations and is not finding a solution. Maybe we skip that one. It's a French realm, no links though. Oh, well that signs me out. I'm on some of the French realms, but ironically not that one. Maybe the XP buff, loads of fresh 60s. Maybe. But even you got to remember that there's still some stuff you have to do on a fresh level 60 to get your Legos. But if somebody's leveling it to actually play it as an alt in Season 4, then you're quite certain that they're going to buy two rank 7 legendaries very quickly. People are buying Crafter's Mark gear for sure. I'm just worried that when Season 4 hits, people will be like, why wait, why not do an M0 and get free gear instead of buying one slot for because then they've got to join a group and they've got to play the game. You don't have to play the game, you don't have to join a group, you don't have to interact with anybody else if you can just go buy it on the auction house. There is an ungodly amount of value held in people's laziness. This is why the auction house works. This is why nobody bids, and this is why this brings me onto the work order system a little bit. Nobody in their right mind wants to wait for anything unless they have to. Whoa, okay. Transmog appearances, apparently. Nobody wants to wait for anything unless they absolutely have to. Meaning that there's a very, very strong chance that if it's for sale in the auction house, you will still sell it. Because even something as simple as running a dungeon to get the gear instead, A, is not guaranteed, B, it takes time, C, you've got to find a group. There's many reasons why people won't do that over just going to the auction house and buying it. Convenience is basically why goblins make gold, right? This is also why the work order system is going to be a bit sketch, you know, because the work order system is going to be very quickly limited almost exclusively to the top end crafted items. The top end crafted items which specifically require soulbound materials from the raid. Reason being is because the only way to craft those items will be through the work order system, so you'll have no choice in the matter. Where most goblins will still make their gold will be in crafting stuff and posting it on the regular auction house, because convenience is what, you know, makes the economy go round. The convenience of being able to go to the auction house, buy the bit of gear that you want. Done. That's literally, that's worth a lot to a lot of players. The ability that they can just go and buy it. Why is it having to do so many simulations for these missions? At what point do people usually click the skip button? Oh, it actually found a solution eventually. Maybe I should just leave it to do its thing then. I tend to just give it 1k sims. TLDR is basically instant on Night Fae, but can be crap on others. Yeah, because if in doubt, just throw 4 healers and you win, right? That's the Nightway solution, right? 4 healer troops and you win. You'd love my Paladins TLDR then as Kyrian. It goes to 20k before it completes. Oh dear. Yeah, we're not having that being a thing. I'd rather just skip the mission, to be honest. This one's in nearly 7,000. Yeah, skip that one. If there were many combos like crit haste, the perfect gear may not be in the auction house. Yeah, maybe, but maybe. I'd on any reasonable size realm, though that's not going to be the case. And there is so few pieces of gear where people genuinely care about the secondary stats. I also go easiest to hardest, give it 1k sims to get rid of my lower guys, then do a quick second round so it uses my higher guys maybe. I've not played with it too much. Login boss is going to do my head in. What's also frustrating me greatly is this noise in the background. There we go. Oh, phew. Sorry, I forgot that standing in the shrine is incredibly annoying. My in-game sounds are lower in my ears than what you hear them, which I tend to forget. If I leave myself chilling in the shrine for too long, you guys have full authority to tell me to turn off the noise. It's another hashtag no music stream, just noticed. I think I'm going by that by principle nowadays. If people want to listen to tunes in the background, then you're welcome to open Spotify and listen to whatever you want. I don't personally feel the need to have music playing. I tended to just have music playing as purely background music, but I also then end up listening to the same playlist like every single day, and it drives me mad. I turned off my background noise since you had yours on. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Let me just, for a sanity check, make sure that everybody's doing things. Yeah, everybody's out doing things. Easiest missions first. Prefer the fewest or most followers. Fewest. Lowest or highest level followers first. Lowest. Hang on. Minimum troops. Alright, sure. Special treatment for follower XP missions. Missions that award bonus follower XP will try to fill with only followers below level 60. Select the minimum number of followers. Oh, yes. Absolutely yes. Minimum 4. Lowest level first. Yes. Anima price limit. I don't think I ever want a single mission to use more than 100 anima. Bump up the don't use followers less than. Don't use followers less than. Oh. Don't use followers less than this many levels below. Hang on. Hang on. Let my brain work out what that actually means. Don't use followers less than this many levels below the mission level. Sure. Maximum simulations, 5,000. If you get past 5,000, we ain't doing it. Mission duration. Sure, just do all of them. That makes sense to me, I think. Simulations per frame. How many simulations to run per frame? Increasing this will decrease your FPS. If you start getting timeout errors or your game crashes, lower this. Can we do 50? Let's try 50. Okay. Always show this UI. Process while away from mission table. What? The add-on will continue simulating when you walk away from the mission table until it runs out of simulations or you come back and stop it. Huh. Clever. Right. Okay. I think that's set. Next tune. Night Fae can handle way higher. Yeah, you're probably right. I should probably make a few distinct profiles for different characters for this. But that's a level of min-maxing that I don't think I can be bothered. I'll log on, press the button, receive my rewards, and move on. So, for example, it won't use level 30 followers on the level 60 level. I think I get it. Let me just clarify that that did hold true. Yeah, it did. Right. Now, these are brand new. These are brand new fellas. So, we have one level 55. Hang on, I've only got one companion here. I've not even bothered to get my other... Hang on. Hang on. I haven't picked up my other flipping soulbounds. They're the most powerful fellas.
Speak clear and true.
Yoink.
What is it? When do we hunt?
Not to mention it's free renown.
Hello there. Be at peace.
Right, there we go. Right, let's try that again. Adventures, TLDR, calculate. Off you go. Whoa, my CPU just went. I guess 50 simulations is gonna put my CPU to work. That's cool. All right, all missions sent. Fine. Right, that one's done. Okay. Yeah, I guess there's the slight problem right now of that until we get a few campaign missions out the way, we don't actually have many quests to do. Sure. PC goes burr. It did. It went whoosh. It kicked into overdrive there for a second for sure. I think my OBS still gets priority on CPU usage, so hopefully it won't kill the stream when I do it. If you start melting rubber, turn down your simulations. I think it'll be fine. Playing WoW with sound, haven't heard for a while how the game actually sounds, always blasting music over everything. Well, yeah, I'm going hashtag no music, so then people can just play their own tunes if they need be. Or we can sit in silence. Have I got... I haven't even got the companions on this one either. God, I'm terrible at this. Right, let's pick up you fellas.
Ready. Name the quarry. For the Winter Queen.
What brings you here? How can I help?
This is like the Church of Gold making. Silence is godly, amen.
See you later.
You guys come up with some of the most stupid shit. Thought you were a professional. Tisk tisk. Well, it took me until yesterday to even bother setting up half of these, so I'm not that professional, no. But I was able to do the cheese on the troops on a bunch of characters. There are some characters though that are proper scuffed and will probably never have useful mission tables, but the only sounds allowed are the holy plings of gold coins dropping. You lot are funny. You want Night Fae or Necro, right, for mission tables? Out of choice, Night Fae. Given the choice, always Night Fae. Simply because their troops are healers, and they are, because of that, super duper mega OP. It's considerably more difficult to fail a mission when you put 4 Night Fae troops that are all healing the main dude. Necro, though, does have, technically, the stronger actual followers. But the Night Fae troops just carry hard. Scuffed mission tables don't perform as well, but they'll still make gold reasonably well. I'm sure they will. Yeah, I mean, it's arguably still better to do it than to not do it. What I do need to slightly pay attention to is just how much anima I'm burning through doing this, though. Because I haven't leveled up my Covenant in any way, shape, or form for any of these dudes. And so they're going to be, you know, minimum anima generation, maximum anima usage. Not that it's too much of an issue, but I want these... If I'm going to log on and do these mission tables, they have to be 100% self-sufficient and passive. As soon as they run out of anima, I'll probably just never log them on again, ever. You can send anima via the BOA. Yeah, I know I can. I can. My point is I don't want to. I don't want to burn through all of my anima just purely on mission tables. There's still a lot of stuff I need to collect that uses anima, you see. So I don't. It's the. I'm happy to have the mission tables doing their thing, but I want to try and make sure that they're at least somewhat self-sufficient. If we can fire through these mission tables nice and quick, then I can get to some pets. I've not bought any pets in a few days, so we might, after a couple of days of not buying some pets, start to see a little bit of profit from this pet adventure, which would be nice. Untick the bottom option and some of the other ones you'll burn through otherwise, like the crafting mats, for example. Return on the gold isn't great, even worse when region wide kicks in. Yeah. I'll just use the mats though, you know, I'll just craft stuff with it. It's fine. I'll turn it into some value somewhere. As you can see, I'm not exactly running out of anima. I'm not scared about running out of it. I just don't want to burn all of it in mission tables, that's all. Did you remove the fish and the meat missions? Such a waste of anima. I don't know. Crafting mats, fishing. Crafting mats. Fishing. Cooking. Smart move. Smart move. How much gold do you have in total? A little over 100 million, I think, at the moment. 104, 105, I think. Right, there's those. Next. Some of these ones have got scuffed tables because these were partly leveled like patches ago. Some of the missions at the higher table levels also end up using stupid amounts of anima for very little reward. It's worth keeping an eye on. Yeah. I'll pay it. I've literally only set up the alts like yesterday in most cases. And I'm very aware that in a week's time, I might probably just not bother. If I'm honest, I might just end up not bothering after a couple. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably going to prioritize pet charms very aggressively on these. I might prioritize bonus follower missions so I can just funnel all of the follower XP tokens over to a couple of characters and just, you know, one by one get the accounts up to like level 60 everything. I'm probably not going to bother running Torghast to get any more followers than I already have by default. I'm really not going to min-max this. I'm going to be honest, I don't particularly know why I'm doing it, but it's one of those things that, you know, in theory, it's 2 minutes work for like nothing, for like 3 gold, so I kind of feel a bit weird for just not doing it. But I'm probably at the same time not going to min-max it at all. Let me check at least on these characters what we've got going. So yeah, we were able to cheese this one for reasonably high followers. That's fine. The setup's the hardest part. Yeah, it's one of those things that I can just log in and I can press a button and it can do a few things, and I log in 4 hours later and press the button again. It doesn't take much effort once it's set up, which is kind of why people do it. I get it. I get it. I certainly won't be leveling up extra characters just to, you know, set up mission tables on, though. With your setup, I'd probably enable only gold, anima, pet charms, bonus followers, and then equipment. The only things with high value and the campaign progress. This way it keeps it to a minimum and speedy. Yeah, you may have noticed that I've got things like augment runes just unticked. I do not want augment runes because I know I won't sell them. There's a rep tokens. I don't want rep tokens on most of my characters. Ironically, on my main character, I do want the rep tokens. That's why I have a different profile for them. Yeah, rep tokens is a no. Augment runes is a no. Rune carving currencies is a no. And then it's gold. We go for gold and then anima, followed by crafting mats but limited, pet charms, follower XP items, then bonus follower XP items, campaign mission progress if there's nothing else to be done, and then and equipment as well, and then just send them to fail for the XP to get them leveled up. This I'll probably turn off, maybe. We'll see how the anima flow goes. Prioritize campaign progress to level 16, 17 to get the better missions. You're saying put this at a higher number. To get that at a higher number now, I have to rejig everything. Can I just turn that off? Whoa, computer, relax. I'm not even simulating anything. What's going on? I think I need to clean my PC, you know. I think it's overheating. That'll do. I'm going to keep tweaking and playing with this, I reckon, but... Zan said that level 16 is the sweet spot where you end up getting better anima tokens from the missions. That sounds about right. 16, 17 is always what people have sort of said. It knows what you're about to do. It's scared. Finish missions. I think this is a scuff table. This looks very much like a scuff table. Yeah, a little bit scuffed. Me. Yeah, scuffed. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, level 8 troops. That's not great. That's not great. This was scuffed by I'd obviously taken more companions before the boosting trick was a thing. Alright, well, it'll still do its thing, hopefully. All missions sent. Yeah, I'm going to need to be patient with that, I think. You're probably not far wrong. I think this is now, I think, the last level 60 I have, which I actually was able to fire through these very quickly. It's faster for me to log through and do mission tables than it is to do my pet stuff. I think this is another scuffed one. Yeah. Oh dear. Luckily, Night Fae carries so hard anyway, it should be alright. We may be fine. We might survive. Just feels so weird that you don't have to press any buttons at all. Yeah, that was my last level 60. So how many have we got? 1, 2. 2 on Taran Mill. 2. Are these all level 60s? So that's 5. Plus however many I've got in my main realm. 5 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over here. What's 5 and 7? It's like 12, right? Okay, so 12 level 60s. 12 tables should be enough to keep people happy, I guess. Right, let's get some pets on the go. Let's get Project Pet fired through. What time is it? It's a little just gone midday for me. It means we should. I can't remember what disconnected. This is going to cause problems now, isn't it? Because it's going to do silly things with my pet journal. We'll see. Right, while this loads, I'm going to go grab a drink quickly, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves. Maybe tick on that sub button. You never know what happens when you tick on that sub button. I hear magic happens occasionally. Give it a go. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Alrighty. You know what I forgot to do? Press that add button. Oops. Oops. Anybody want to build me a new PC? I'll pay you 100k gold. I haven't followed what's new in this field and I'm lazy to do my own research. Well, the easy answer when building a PC is set yourself a budget. Because you can go pretty wild. 1,500 euros. You can get a semi-reasonable build for 1,500 euros nowadays, especially since the graphics cards are cheaper again. We were talking about PC builds in the Discord last night. Yeah, might be. There was a reasonable build that was posted. It was done in dollars, but it was if you don't spend 900 euros on a 3080 and maybe get a cheaper 3070, you could probably build the whole thing for about 1,500 euros. Right, which realm is this? This is a realm that's got nothing listed on the auction house. Okay, that's a good start, I suppose. Oh, we sold some stuff. Twilight Clutch, Sister, and Adventurous Hopling. Let's hope that's a pattern that continues. Got 3080 Ti. WoW Max is out at 50% utilization. Yeah, WoW's actually considerably more CPU intensive than it is GPU intensive. Most people's bottleneck is their CPU when it comes to WoW. I don't know why, but they've never really been able to optimize this game very well. And so your CPU just goes buzz, 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 and is usually the limiting factor on your FPS. Too many flipping procs and stuff going on in the background. But then again, if you're anything like me and you put your graphics settings on 1 deliberately to because you've got multiple accounts running, then it doesn't matter, does it really? Trax, how we doing? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Claims first time chat. I swear this is not your first time in chat, but sure. If the devs start pulling on the spaghetti, the universe will implode. Yeah, well, see, this is the problem with running a 15-year-old game. Now, sure, they've fiddled with the code a few times, but it's it's still not a great idea to go pulling at those strings. My bottleneck is the auction house throttle. Yeah, that's it. 60 cancel scans is the real throttle. You could be running it on some NASA computer. Still can't cancel more than 60 items in quick succession. It's all an illusion. Let me load up, actually. In fact, if I go through the realms, loot anything that we've sold, then take a little bit of a looky at if we're actually starting to make a profit from this yet. I don't. We're still a good few million gold in the hole, so we won't be like actually profitable. But in short term, like in the last week, we might be profitable at this point. Had to do an account resync a few weeks ago. Ah, maybe that's what it was.
for you.
Oh, that's something I've always wondered. Do you guys probably don't see when it highlights a chat message as first time chat from viewer, does it? Do you guys see that, or is it just a thing that I see? I don't know. I've never paid that much attention. I assume it's something that only I see, right? Ah, okay. Yeah, otherwise everybody's chat channels would get spammed. It's just for mods plus. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
If you ever need
You can turn it on though for viewers. Yeah, I don't think I will. I don't think I will. It's handy information for me to know, but I don't think everybody needs to see it. I work in game development, so you realise that most games are actually built on a foundation of nonsense. Isn't this kind of the reason why most games are built on like one of 3 main engines nowadays? Simply because it's having that good foundation in place is one of the most hardest things to do, and probably I would imagine one of the most costly things to do, hence why not everybody wants to do it. Everybody just builds on the Unity engine or the Unreal engine just because, you know, it's a good starting point. It's a solid foundation for you to weave your spaghetti into. I don't know much about game development though, so correct me if I'm wrong. A wild gumdrops appears. How are we doing, good sir? Is it lunchtime already? It's a bit early for lunch for you, right? Surely? But welcome in. Not quite. Oh, one of those bathroom breaks. I get it. I get it. Or an unorganized sock drawer. Why can't I just have Alpha? How are we doing, Koya? Welcome in. Yeah, I agree with that one. I agree with that statement. I think I've got Alpha coming. I think it's on its way. It's in the mail. I have faith. Soon. Kind of depends. Using Unreal or Unity gives you a good start and it's cheaper than making your own up front. Then you have some places that made the investment and by God, they're going to milk it. I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, if you've spent the money on building your own engine for a game, you're absolutely not going to milk it, are you? Why do I always picture gumdrops as a girl? How'd you come to that conclusion? Poor gumdrops. Having his gender assumed in 2022. Shocking.
Pleasure doing business with.
Gumdrops woo. You know what you got to do now, Gumdrops? You've got to set up the OnlyFans, post some feet pictures next to that sock drawer. Gumdrops is the girl from Wreck-It Ralph. I don't know what Wreck-It Ralph is. Am I too boomer for that? Never watched Gumdrops streaming. Please raid him next time. I'll happily raid Gumdrops if he turns his stream on occasionally. He's a busy man, though. He's a busy man.
Got the best deals anywhere.
He's got all your TSM woes to fix. Oh! A sale.
Hey, that's it! I got an mouth to feed, pal.
Anything in the mailbox? Nothing too exciting. I forgot that I started streaming again, in all honesty. COVID, travelling. Then it just dropped from my routine. It is one of those things that you do kind of have to... or at least I tend to find that I need to build it into my routine. This is why, for me, Monday through till Friday, I get up in the morning and I do my stream. Some people, you know, go to the gym and do constructive things with their life. I get up and I stream for a few hours. And then it's in the rest of the day where I try and, you know, be a sensible human being. But yeah, if it's to slip from a routine, I can see why it becomes a problem. Only fans with a private TSM personal support. Giga secret pastas. Gold guaranteed. Oh no. Being sensible's overrated. That's true. That's true. Sensible's for boring people, right? If you're always too sensible, you're just dull. You're just dull. You need a little bit of yeah. Gotta let that not so sensible bone kick in sometimes. Right, this realm I could absolutely do with hurrying up and selling some of these pets, you know. I'm getting a little bit impatient on some of these realms. There are probably some realms where if it's going to take me too long to even make 100,000 gold in sales on that realm, I might just can that realm off completely. If I can get a sniff of a realm just being slow or dead. Now I've got to be slightly careful about how I approach this, because there's the possibility that for a certain period of time it was slow just because I wasn't listing much on there, which I have to bear in mind could be a thing. But if it only creeps up, if I only sell a pet like every other day or so, even with a bunch of stuff being listed, there comes a point where I might just say, you know what, this realm is donezo. I'll move the pet somewhere else. No mercy if it doesn't perform, bin it. But see, this is the thing, right? I know that there's, like, in the EU, there's how many did we work it out? I think it was 92. I think there's 92 separate auction houses in the EU. It's kind of not really that feasible for me to be on every one. As much as I would like to have presence on every auction house, and I would like gold on every single one of the realms, if they're just underperforming compared to somewhere else, it's an optimization thing, right? I know that I will probably be able to be on about half of the realms at full capacity. If I really want to have, you know, 50 to 100 pets on about 50 realms is about where I think my limit will probably be. Much more than that, and it will take me too long to just be bothered to do it. But yeah, I think some level of optimization there might be needed. If a realm just doesn't perform, just can it off. Boom. See you later. Having said that, though, it's kind of random sometimes. One of my worst performing ones got one guy who bought 30 pets from me the other day, suddenly became a mid-ranked one again. Well, yeah, see, this is it. It's right time, right place sometimes, isn't it? This is why you spread wide. You spread wide and you list 50 to 100 pets on as many different realms as possible, so that when that one guy does turn up, there's a good chance that they, you know, hoover up a huge amount of your stuff in one go.
You break it, you buy it. Oh, you drive a hard bargain.
Few pygmy direhorn, corpulent bone tusk, and a sable. Few little sales. This is another realm that's struggling to take off. I only do 10 realms. That's what the free version of TSMs can support. Oh, is it a premium feature to have more than 10 realms worth of data? I didn't even know. Probably one of those things I should know, but... At Gumdrops, can I get more than 50, please? Is it also limited to 50 even on premium? I've not got that far yet. That might be a bit of a problem for expanding onto more than 50 realms, mightn't it? If I can't get TSM data for more than 50. Not even considered that. Today I learned. It's up to 50 with premium. Ah, okay. How am I going to have 2 TSM accounts? Is that possible? Can I just have 2 premiums? 2 separate accounts? Or is that going to cause everything to go chaos? I don't know, might send Sapu a basket of puppies or something and see if see if he takes the bait. Using DB Market on all realms though, or is it region data that's more important? Well, at the moment, I'm not really using much of either. I'm basing 90% of what I do on region sale rate. Sale average, sorry. But my long-term goal on any of the realms where I get a sizable amount of gold is to also use those for flipping, to which where DB Market will become quite important.
Come back anytime.
But that's in the future still. Sounds fair. 50 alts on 1 WoW account, 50 realms on 1 TSM account. Let's see what Blizzard does, because it's already rumoured that they might increase the character limit from 50 to something. We don't know what that something is. But it'd be kind of cool if they did, since... well, I mean, the main reason they were going to do it is because of these Drakthir fellas, right? That, you know, there are people out there that already have 50 characters. And sure, if you've already got 50 characters, you probably don't need all of them in most cases. But if there's enough people that already have 50 characters, their account is already maxed out, and they introduce a new class, I tend to think 50 is a very arbitrary number anyway. It's a number that they just picked many, many moons ago, never ever expecting anybody to get anywhere near it. But of course, the game's different now. So do they just, you know, go to town with it? Do they give people, like, you know, 100, 200, 250? What are they going to do? It'd be nice if I could have one account and have a character on every realm. So if they moved it, if they bumped it to 100, that would be possible. They doubled it. They give people the access, give people the ability to have 100 characters on an account. That means I can create a character on every auction house in the EU. On a single account, which would be cool. I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. If you get to that point on 50 realms, I'll personally fly to Finland, shake your hand to congratulate you on beating the Goblin game and increase the realm cap. Thanks, man. Don't forget, Kachak is already on, like, every single realm. Both EU and NA. That man's a machine. You probably wouldn't need to fly anywhere to go shake his hand, though. Hey, just write it off as like a business expense, Gumdrops. Quick little holiday to Finland. Job done. Charge it to Sapu's business account. All done. Not that I would want to be a bad influence or suggest people do, you know, dodgy things, but... All of this is before they merge and consolidate realms. You'll only need 10 soon. Ooh, maybe. That's true. The old TSM Lua file does get pretty meaty at 50 realms, though. I'm sure it probably does. It scares me greatly just to think how much is in that file already. Are you a Brit expat in Finland? Basically. I've been in Finland a while now. My wife is Finnish, so Mrs. Manthias is Finnish, so that makes a lot more sense when I tell people that. And, you know,
Yeah?
the UK's
What do
fucked,
you want?
so it's good reason to leave. Oh dear. Brexit do crazy things to people. I left way before Brexit was a thing though,
That
so...
one product's built to
It is, you're lucky. Yeah. We were so super lucky that we left the UK, moved to Finland, then it took us a couple of years before we sort of liquidated assets in the UK, but we did it just before Brexit went boom. So we were quite lucky in that regard. He moved for the better coffee. Way better coffee. In another league level coffee. None of this Nescafe bullshit. All this instant coffee. Pouring water on top of coffee granules. Ugh. Gross. That's not coffee. It's like claiming a microwave roast dinner is the same as the real thing. Different league. Coffee in Finland is proper coffee. Black as the night sky. Strong as Dwayne Johnson. Proper coffee.
Hey, can I interest you in a payment?
Worked in Poland for 6 years, had the chance to stay forever, decided not to. Regret that choice with the state the UK is in now. Yeah, that place is upside down. Actually upside down. Married the wife for an EU green card. Something like that. It was a bit weird though when, you know, Brexit did its whole Brexit thing, and after living in Finland for a few years already, all of a sudden I needed to go get a bunch of paperwork to you know, because previously it was chilling me being here because, you know, the free travel and all that sort of shenanigans, being part of the EU. But yeah, as soon as UK did a stupid, all of a sudden I had to get paperwork and certificates and all sorts of shit. Luckily, we got married in Finland though, so I had a lot of that already. Is it like Turkish coffee? No, it's just proper coffee. It's real coffee. It's just not the, you know, fake instant stuff that everybody drinks in the UK. And ends up putting so much milk in it, it no longer becomes coffee. Drip coffee. I tell you what, if I could just get an IV straight into a vein, boom, with coffee. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Right, not many realms left on, not many, 2 more English realms to do, then we can quickly get the German ones done. This isn't taking too long today. I'm not getting distracted by too many squirrels, I don't think. We're firing through this quite effectively, I reckon. I'm hoping TSM updates in the background and the ledger will reflect any of these sales that we're collecting. Quick, somebody distract him. I tell you what, if my if I could easily be distracted by an extra line on this, if a new line appears here, I'll very quickly get distracted. Yeah. If Dragonflight Alpha pops up here, then we'll drop what we're doing very quickly. No 40k Andy posts to distract you. It's only once in a while you spot something like that. Like I said, when we took a little bit of a look at that, though, it's kind of interesting to read through that sort of stuff, because anytime a gold maker tries to, you know, ask a similar question, the results are just instantly biased. So what's the latest you got on all the things? Hey, look, stop it, you. Stop it, you. I know what you're trying to do. I see through that. I see through that veil. I see what's going on. It's like walking past. Do you reckon McDonald's actually pumps out, like actively pumps out the smell of French fries? Because you know, it's one of the most. You cannot go within 5 miles of a McDonald's without going, I could do with some French fries. It's like the ultimate distraction. Do you think they just make McDonald's smell in a can and they just just spray it out? I've definitely heard that's a thing. I swear it must be a thing. They must just pump out French fry smell. Pump the smell of fries into a bottle of McDonald's air. I mean, people have been able to bottle up their bathwater and sell it. I'm sure McDonald's could sell air that smells like fries. I'm sure that I'm sure if anybody could pull that off, it's McDonald's. Get Ronald on the go, just, you know, promoting some cans of air. If McDonald's is listening, I'll take a 1% commission on any can of air. You can have the idea. You're welcome.
I know a buyer when I see one.
See, the goblin in me is always thinking, even for other companies. I'd buy that as a candle out of morbid curiosity. Yeah, could you imagine? McDonald's French fries in a candle or an air freshener. 1%, you're being greedy. Hey, gotta make that bag, yo.
The pleasure was all.
I hope that's not our dystopian future, having to buy air at premium high quality O2 air quotas. That would be gross, wouldn't it? That'd be actually disgusting. I mean, you laugh, right? But there's still a multi-billion-dollar industry selling people water. So, you know, it's only one step away from selling people air. The Muck Yankee candle? Oh no. The smell of French fries and gunpowder. Get the eau de la school shooting. Dolomania essential oils. Oh Lord, what have we started?
Have I got a deal for you? Glad I could help.
Everything's expire. See, now my decision should change it to 12-hour listings and let things expire. I think is part and parcel of why this process has been much quicker today. Not having to cancel shit off to then only put it back on again. Whilst we are having some downtime of not having things listed, it's making the process of dealing with it much faster and efficient.
Cha-ching!
There's lots of companies who sell, e.g. Swiss Mountain Air in cans or jars internationally. Oxygen bars are already a thing. That's true, actually. That's true. You can't, yeah. Oxygen bars were, you know, a bit of a craze for a while. You know, you'd have, they'd sell you canisters of pure oxygen.
The pleasure was all
Some people, you know, it's weird because if you inhale large amounts of pure oxygen, it's almost like a natural high, because you just all of a sudden you're just like wide awake, because your body's not you know, your body's not used to having such pure oxygen. I used one in Denver after a long haul flight. It was quite refreshing. Yeah, I've always found it weird that you just, you know, taking a blast of pure oxygen is refreshing. You know, we literally live by oxygen. How does having more of it, you know, make you feel more alive? It's odd. Bathwater's where I draw the line, though. I don't know. Doesn't Amaranth sell farts in a jar nowadays? She's one-upped what's her name with the bathwater. Who was doing the bath? Belle Delphine was doing the bathwater thing, wasn't she? And now Amaranth is just straight up selling farts in a jar. That woman's got business sense. They pump it out into casinos for a reason. Do they really? Is that what casinos do? They just pump pure oxygen into the casinos to make people more alive. Damn. It's clever. It's clever. How can we extract yet more money out of people? She does. I missed out getting my credit card. I don't think they're cheap. Everything has a price. It's true. There's an awful lot of crossover you can make, you know, from being a goblin to real world stuff, if you think about it.
Hey, got a new shipment coming in soon.
If you think about it hard enough, there's a market for everything out there nowadays. It's all about, it's not about, you know, will it sell? It's about finding the person that's willing to buy it. Imagine trying to explain that transaction of buying a fart to the missus. Yeah, the credit card bill comes in. It's like, what is this? Step 1, be an attractive female. Step 2, eat lots of beans. Step 3, buy some cheap jars from IKEA. Step 4, profit. That's got to be bad for you though, right? If you completely change your diet to just be just be a human production facility for toxic gas. Oh my lord. See, this is one of the squirrels that usually grabs us and we go off the deep end with. You're not in a true love relationship unless the partner says that's quite cheap when questioning your farts in a jar. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the morality of buying somebody else's fart in a jar. It's more about, you got a good price on that. You got a good price on that. Business doesn't scale very well though, does it, I imagine? Are you already optimizing your fart crafting potential? Hey, look, jewel crafting, we've got face sitting. Dragonflight jewel crafting, we've got face sitting. So we're halfway there. Faceting for people that didn't get that. You got to optimize to win nowadays. Second place is just first loser. And in the fart game, nobody wants to be second place.
Yeah?
Anyway, I think this conversation's got crude enough for my even for my liking. I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole quite far, but it's getting a bit weird now, I think. It's getting just a touch odd. This stream's not PG-13 anymore. Need to ask a supervisor's permission to keep watching.
I got what you need.
Hey, I didn't start it. I don't think I started it anyway. Or maybe I did. Somehow we got from selling pure oxygen to farts in a jar. I think I might have made the link, actually. It might be my fault. It's usually my fault. You actually did. Yeah, well, there we go. I'm usually the bad influence when it comes to these conversations.
Come back anytime.
You started with the smell of McDonald's fries. You're right, I did. We got all the way from McDonald's fries to the smell of Amaranth's ass. Great. Genius. That's a sentence you don't say very often. I tend to find that happens more frequently nowadays on stream. You end up... I quite frequently catch myself saying things that there is absolutely zero chance I would ever say unless I was sat playing a video game streaming, which is odd. I think it's the touch of crazy you need to be able to stream on a regular basis, I think. Your viewer count has significantly increased during this conversation. I haven't even checked it. What is it? There's over 100 people chilling in here. Okay. Hey, apparently people are interested. Fine. Well, apparently there's a we worked out that step 1 is be an attractive female. There's actually a step 0.05. There's a point, you know, there's a step before that. If you can't be an attractive female, talk about one. It basically does the same thing, apparently. Hang on. My Stream Deck now says there's 134 people watching. I think it's broken. That can't be right. This is why I don't look at the viewer count. It's weird. Try to avoid the subject when meeting the in-laws. Yeah, what did you do at work today? Oh, I sold some animals and we we sold some animals and talked about farts in a jar. Yeah, genius.
Have I got a deal for you?
Put that on your CV. Somebody typed in Ammo's chat saying you've been talking shit about her. Oh God, don't, please, for the love of God, don't start making drama. It's alright, she'll be doing some ASMR stuff. She won't be paying attention. She'll be watching somebody else's stream anyway. It'll be fine. Not gonna lie, I'm just listening to you chat shit while I work. I get quite frequently told that people just use my stream as a podcast. You know, background music. Just white noise in the background.
You drive a hard...
I don't mind. Suits me down to the ground. Keeps me occupied at least. We're running out of realms though. We're firing through these pet realms now that I'm not having to do cancel scans. Cut the cancel scan part of it out. Wu told me to do this ages ago, and I can't believe it took me so long to not do it. But cutting the cancel scan part of my routine out is literally not just cutting the time in half. It's like less than half. Keywords, attractive females, OnlyFans, bathtubs, farts, keep going. We should set those all as tags for the stream. So anybody that searches for that on Twitch comes and lands here. I never bother cancel scanning, to be honest. Long term, I probably won't, but it was in the interest of trying to get the ball rolling as fast as possible. I was doing it to make sure that my pets, at least in some part, had a fighting chance of selling. which is what I've done now is I've changed the listing time to 12 hours. Kind of forcibly making it so that I have to relist at least twice a day. But if I can get the full relist down to, like, you know, half an hour, that's not too bad. Previously listing everything at 48 hours, and then just as and when I wanted to do a recheck on it, doing a cancel scan,
This stuff
was
sells
taking
itself.
considerably more time. But once we get up and running properly, and once we've got enough gold on enough realms and enough pets on enough realms, then I will probably increase the duration to like 24, 48 hours and just leave them. I'll literally just log on to a realm, clean out the mailbox, relist what's expired, and move on. Long term, this is only going to be like a side hustle anyway. I know I'm devoting a lot of time and attention to it now. But that's because there's not really a lot else going on. I kind of want to have... Well, I was talking about this in the Discord yesterday. That I kind of want to have different methods of making gold available to me at different times. So when crafting... You know, when the season is hot, when there's brand new content, when there's a brand new expansion... when the crafting scene is popping off, I want to be able to focus on crafting and just craft a bunch of stuff on a few realms, make a stack of cash on those realms. Then when it's off season, when, you know, crafting sort of tapers down, profits get squeezed, there's not so much gold to be made. No longer are we looting like multiple millions of gold every day. Once crafting dies down a little bit, then I want to switch to like flipping and selling pets and going a little bit multi-realm. So it allows, you know, different methods of gold making at different times, really. So there's something that's always happening. You're always making a little bit of gold. And B, doing multiple different markets hopefully means that the legendary thing won't happen again, where you just end up doing the same thing day in, day out, and it drives you mad. A little bit of variety, I think, will help a lot long term. That's at least the plan. We'll see if it works out that way or not. Leveling up the alt army. Leveling up alts is something that, yeah, could be done, but I think I've already got enough. We worked it out earlier. I've got 12 level 60s already. I have no real desire for any more. Oh, we sold a bumblebee over here. Sold a few of those actually now. Don't seem to have too much of a trouble selling these bumblebees. It's one of the only pets I'm frequently selling that's not a Zereth Mortis pet, to be honest. Let's grab those then. There's another 20k. This is we're onto the French realms now. The French realms are also very dead realms. I'm having really very little joy on the specific French realms. Even now that I've got whoa. Even now that I've actually got a bunch of stuff being listed on a regular basis, still not seeing super frequent stuff.
I got it, you don't want it.
But like I said earlier, if they take too long to start doing anything, I might just can them off, or at least, you know, just close them down for a little while. I'm not entirely sure where my sort of threshold is going to be, but at least at the moment, I try to get 100k gold on each realm, selling literally anything I can sell, pet-wise. Once I reach 100k, I shave off and recage up all of the cheap shit, all of the sort of like sub 5,000 gold pets, really, all of the real cheap stuff. Cage all that back up and then send that to another realm to try and make that initial gold. But realms that take too long to even hit that first 100k, when I'm throwing like 100 plus pets at it every day, kind of gives me the impression that they're not great. But it's difficult because a lot of what I'm selling, very aware is just trash. And there's not a huge market for trash anyway. I'm treating it a little bit like Transmog in terms of its the spaghetti at the wall approach. Throw everything up, regardless of whether it's, you know, perceived to be valuable or not. See what sells, and learn from sale data.
Oh, you drive a hard.
I should have, realistically though, I should have started doing this whole thing. This whole approach of going multi-realm, I should have started doing this like months and months and months ago. I have a separate seller for Transmog, literally just post maybe twice a week on it. Yeah, I don't even bother with, I don't buy Transmog, and I certainly don't farm it, so I have no real need for like a dedicated toon for selling Transmog. If I did enjoy farming it though, it would be sensible to have a dedicated toon. Because you know, if you're selling crafted items, and you just don't want your mailbox being just spammed with loads of random things. For a long time, I almost exclusively sold everything on one character. But it did just get way too much to handle. It is just more convenient in many cases to... Well, we sold a fair few pets. But once again, they're all like, you know, they're all just trash. I do understand the reason nowadays for selling certain things on certain characters. Just because dealing with everything on one character can get a little bit over the top. Especially if you start trying to, you know, if you're trying to sell crafted gear on the same character as you're trying to sell pets. You're also trying to sell, like Transmog on there as well. It's just an impossible number of items to be dealing with on a regular basis. All on one character. Now, I know you can kind of set up your TSM profile to, you know, split things up into groups and stuff like that. But it's just so easy to just put it on another character. Was this the last French realm? I wasn't paying attention. I need a whacking great big weak or something that tells me which realm I'm on. Tend to get annoyed by the huge mailboxes, had to separate them out. Yeah, see, this is it. Once you start selling... See, I tend to go in the other direction. Rather than splitting off into too many alts to list things, I would rather just trim the fat. You know, just stop trying to sell the cheap shit that just takes up all the space. This is why through most of Shadowlands, the only thing I actively sold for months at a time was legendaries, because there was just no point me spending any time or effort dealing with anything else that wasn't a legendary. Any minutes of the day spent crafting anything that wasn't a legendary was time that could be spent cancel scanning, selling legendaries. And so it was like it was a real tough one to crack. And this is why I think Shadowlands has felt really odd for me. Because legendaries have been so far ahead of everything else, like by a country mile. It's made it very difficult to focus on anything. Even the Crafter's Mark gear, for example. Even Crafter's Mark gear, for the most part, I've got the patterns nice and quickly, and then I've maybe sold it for a couple of weeks, and then I just turn it off. Because any time spent not devoted to legendaries felt like a waste. It felt like a loss of potential. If I'd have spent that time dealing with legendaries instead, I'd have crafted more legendaries and I'd have sold more legendaries. It's been a bit of a weird expansion in that regard. This is why I hope Dragonflight is a little bit more even. I hope that there's not anything that is just the straight up standout 10 times more efficient than anything else kind of way of making gold. Because that ends up being very cookie cutter. And at least for me, it gets really boring really quick. People optimize the fun out of everything when there's such a clear dominant strategy. Everything else feels like a waste of time. Yeah. Yeah, the problem for me is that, you know, for me, the fun is working out where those optimizations can be had. And I enjoy the process of getting somewhere. I enjoy the journey more so than the destination. Which is why with Legendaries, when I got to the point on a realm where I had everything unlocked and was just simply recrafting and cancel scanning, I got hella bored real quick because there was no more fun to be had. Which is why I then went and just did it on another realm again. Started again, did it on another realm. And we did that a few times in Shadowlands. You mentioned French realms are dead for pets. Isn't that with all other which are not at least high full pop servers? Well, the French realms I'm on are the high and full pop realms. They are just still performing terribly badly. And it's not totally for a lack of trying either. For example, a direct comparison, some of the German realms are some of my best performing realms. With, at least the way that Blizzard displays it, a very similar population. Some servers are just obviously not as, you know, I don't know. There's probably no way to quantify it other than there's just more people that are interested in collecting pets on some realms than on others. Here's your week aura, done it in less than 2 minutes. I appreciate that, but I was kind of joking in regards that there is no way I'm going to turn on weak auras just to display the realm, unfortunately. Weak auras is unfortunately too much of an add-on. I'm trying to minimize load times, so even having LVI on is something I'm considering turning off. But thank you all the same. How much gold do you make on average nowadays across all of the realms? There isn't really an average. We'll look at the numbers in a minute. I'm nearly done relisting everything, and we'll pull up the TSM ledger, and we'll dig through some of the numbers and try and break it down. I'm still spending more than I'm making, which was to be expected. You know, going into a flipping market, you have to spend gold to make gold. So this is why you should make your characters Manthe Hyjal, Manthe Moon. I suppose. Yeah. Is this why Woo Sylve is a thing? Logical. Trust you to come up with a smart idea. Right, this I think is the last French realm. Then we got one Spanish realm. And then we can take a look at some numbers. Manthe Moon could also be Moon Guard, selling from Goldshire. A. Get some in-game footage for the OnlyFans. How much gold would you estimate you have across all characters? I don't keep an exact number of it. I have tracked it previously, but it's a little over 100 million. About 104, 105, I think, at the moment. Yeah, I've customized WoW Thing. WoW Thing used to track it quite nicely for me, but I've customized my WoW Thing page to... is it up here? Is it this one? WoW Thing now only shows... I've got it set so it only shows the characters that I'm doing pets on. I've turned off WoW Thing for all the other pets, so I'm just using this one to keep track of the gold on these realms. So this doesn't, unfortunately, anymore show my full account total. But it's somewhere slightly north of 100 mil.
If you ever need it.
Right. One Spanish realm. Sanguino. Hoping to grab a token soon to get myself up to the first mill or so. Then in Dragonflight, I want to focus on building from there. Got to start somewhere. Got to start somewhere. Be careful about, you know, grinding out too much gold to then only turn it into tokens. It's a bit of a... It's very true to say that you need some gold to make more gold. At least if you want to do it without farming.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Dragonflight looks to be very, very crafting heavy. Less so than farming. Which will mean that you're probably going to need a fair amount of gold to go into Dragonflight with if you want to play with the crafting professions. If you go into Dragonflight with enough gold, you should be able to level your professions quick enough to actually turn a profit from what you're crafting. If you can stay ahead of the curve, you'll be able to, you know, if you're one of the better crafters, you'll be able to craft things that others can't, and that's where you'll be able to make profit. There's a concern already that I have with Dragonflight that if you just try to too casually focus on professions, it will end up just being a money pit. Because you'll always be one step behind where everybody else is, and you'll still be spending the gold to make things, but you'll be one step behind everybody else, and the things you'll be making will not be the profitable things anymore. The profitable things will be the very best ones. So this is why, if you do plan to play with the professions a little bit in Dragonflight, I would try and make sure you go into Dragonflight with a small sum of gold available. It's nearly impossible to tell how much will be needed, because we don't really know too much about the professions yet, but kind of what happened with Shadowlands Legendaries, I think. Well, yeah, in a way, those that got up and running with Shadowlands Legendaries in 9.0 were able to level their professions while still having some success selling ranks 1s, 2s, and 3s, for example. Those that tried to level Legendaries later on in the expansion had this massive gold cost that they had to overcome to begin with, that they would likely never see a, you know, positive return on, which was a problem. But they don't plan to do anything quite so gross as Legendaries in Dragonflight, so you should be okay. I trade with a friend an item, and now I've got his character in my TSM profile list, and it's all messed up. How do I remove his character from my character list? I have no idea how you've done that. So, I mean, you can go into TSM settings and just select delete character or something, but I'm not sure how that would be. TSM certainly won't be able to track that character, so I don't think it will. Sounds like you've traded files, not items. Yeah, that sounds... I have no idea how you've managed to do that in the first place. I don't know if you share a computer and you've logged on to different accounts or something, or... yeah, not sure how you've managed to do that, unfortunately.
Goblin products are built to last.
Right, that was most of the realms from a selling standpoint. Let me check just very quickly a couple of the realms where we buy things on. See if there's any bargains kicking about. I checked out the cost of leveling a profession for legendaries. It was like 2 million sunk cost just to get it leveled up to rank 4. That you'd probably never see gold again. Yeah, there was a big period. Anything from sort of patch 9.1 to like early patch 9.2 has... yeah, that entire patch was just chaos for leveling up legendaries. Because it was, yes, it was millions of gold that you would have to spend to get to the good stuff. And the getting there, you'd probably not see most of that gold back. Wow, there's literally nothing here. Okay. Leveling legendaries is much cheaper now, though. Much cheaper now. I mean, I can, for example, where's... let's pick... we'll just for convenience, let's just do... why has it not got my TSM API key in here? Why is this a thing? No, not Ledger. Yoink. I don't know if this is going to show up right or not. I'm going to move that over there for... oh my god, of course. Okay. Let's check. Let's check one of the big realms. We'll go Europe. We'll go... let's grab in... let's just do Kazakh, for example. Let's see what the cost of leveling legendaries is on Kazakh right now. Let it finish doing its thing. It's thinking. It's thinking. It's been slow today. Gumdrops, turn the TSM servers on. How's the new API extension working out? I've not tested it in too much detail yet. Honestly, because I'm not doing all that much actual crafting at the moment. I probably won't be able to fully dive deep into it until I've got good reason to play with it. But I've integrated it into my spreadsheet for my own personal copy for some testing. And, well, if this script decides to finish... I'm going to cancel that and I'm going to try that again. In case that didn't want to do its thing. Nearly time to start building the Dragonflight cheat sheet. Yeah. That's going to be a thing for sure. This is why I need access to the alpha. I need to get a good indication of what's going on so I can start to brainstorm how I can do something like that. Because I definitely want to, and definitely will if I can. But it depends how it depends just how complex it's going to be. Was chatting to Sapio about it. Seems there were some Google permission warnings that look scary for the uninformed. Yes, this is an inherent problem with Google Sheets. This is a problem with Google Sheets. You need to authorize the scripts in it to be able. When you press authorize, you can see it's over here. To run the script, you'll need to authorize your Google account to run the scripts. It will then claim that the script is not verified by Google and throw up a big error. You need to go advanced, click to accept the script, and then you can go ahead. But one of the things it tells you is that, oh, now this script will have access to edit all of your Excel sheet or all of your spreadsheets. The problem with that being is that looks very scary to most people. I did send, I DM'd Sapio some screenshots of it, but it's likely to cause lots of questions when the API goes public. Let's put it that way. Maybe the API is not up and running at the moment. As it doesn't seem to be doing its thing. I don't know how long I'm willing to leave it doing its thing. Let me do a reload on my sheet. Because maybe it's a caching issue. Gets regions, Europe, get realms, gets the realms, pull data. Is it going to do its thing today? It's thinking about it. Okay, maybe the API is not actually switched on at the moment. Fine. Okay, well either way, I was going to use it to try and highlight just what the prices were to level up legendaries at the moment. By pulling in some realms information. But realistically, now that they've made it so you only need to level 3 of each thing, it's a lot more cost effective to level up your legendaries nowadays. There's still a bit of sunk cost, but it's probably not more than a couple of 100,000 gold for each profession, which is far better than the multiple millions it was previously. Although, saying that, now that we're about to go into Season 4, I find it very difficult to believe that there's much worth leveling with legendaries anymore. Jewel crafting is still worth. Definitely, I'd say jewel crafting is still worth, because jewel crafting, rings and necks are going to be... rings and necks are going to be a thing again, it appears. Very much appears that rings and necks are going to be a big thing. Because people are going to want to put their legendaries in slots that don't have a lot of stats. They're going, you know, your chest pieces, your legs, your shoulders, all of that sort of stuff. Everything that has loads of stats on it, they're going to want a nice new shiny piece of fated gear to go on those. Rings, necks, bracers, capes, you know, stuff that doesn't have a lot of stats on it anyway, is probably going to be a prime candidate for your legendaries, I would guess. But like I said, it's very much a guess. People still do what people want to do. Would have thought most people would have done that already to make space for tier. Well, I think the true BIS list, the true meta, was to fill out your 4 pieces of tier, and in the 5th slot where you don't have a piece of tier, to put a legendary there, because it's a high stat slot, and a 291 legendary in a high stat slot was good. But now everybody's going to have increased item level, and the legendaries are not going to keep up with that. Then you want to switch back to the old school method of putting the legendaries in a slot that doesn't matter as much. Flip-flop effect all over the place, but right. I think I'm about done with my pets for now. What I wanted to do on the basis that I don't personally have access to the alpha myself yet, nor do many other people, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take a little bit of a look at Samadan's video he published yesterday. Samadan has... Ooh, okay, is that... Oh, okay. It looks like the TSM API is actually down at the moment anyway. That's fine. Or maybe they've changed something about it and now my setup is bust. Equally possible. I wanted to take a little bit of a look at... Samadan did a video yesterday on jewel crafting and leatherworking, which I've not had a chance to watch yet. So I thought, well, what better opportunity than to watch it together with you guys.
Hello, Samadan.
Hello, Samadan. Let's bring this into screen. Before I go too deep into this, it's a 26-minute video, which by my standards, meaning that it will probably only take me 3 hours to react to it. So we will. I'll give you guys a link to this. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before we begin. The way Samadan says hello is how I answer the phone. Hello, Gumdrops here. Make sure you go give the video a like, sub to Samadan if you haven't already. I can't believe you wouldn't be. But we'll watch through this in a minute. Hello there. Mate, oh, you know what? I need that as a sound alert. I need Samadan saying hello as a sound alert. We'll do just that. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And then we'll take a little bit of a look at what Samadan's got to say about jewel crafting and leatherworking. I'm highly interested in this because it's my 2 main professions. But I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. I forgot to press the add button again. I'm a terrible streamer. How am I ever going to make money from this streaming gig if I forget to press the add button? I know how. You guys hit the sub button. That's a genius way. Then I don't have to worry about pressing the add button at all. Okay, right. Well, so Samadan put together a little first look at jewel crafting and leatherworking. My main character, my main hunter, has both leatherworking and jewel crafting. So these are the two professions I will be focusing on first. Regardless of whatever else happens in Dragonflight, these are the two professions that I'm going to be focusing on. I have two questions, I reckon, before we get into this. One, how the hell does prospecting work? More importantly, what do we get when we do prospect? And if there's any synergy with jewel crafting and any of the other professions. That's kind of the big questions I have. Let's get rocking and rolling. Let's take a little bit of a look.
And here, and another week of Dragonflight Alpha is here, and this time we're going to have a look at jewel crafting and leatherworking. They've just been released with this latest version, so let's go into the world and have a look what it's all about. Okay, so let's have a look. We have a few extras. Oh, we have a skeleton Tauren.
Who is he? Skeleton Tauren.
With us? Okay, you've been skinned already, so you've got all the different supplies here. So let's have a look. We've got resilient leather now. Okay.
Oh, okay. We've got some more material shown as well. Resilient leather, adamant scales, dense hide. I wonder, actually, is it going to be easier for people if I go... oh, okay. If I go full screen, I kind of cover Samadan's face. I feel a bit bad for covering Samadan's face. Let's leave it like this. Okay, we'll leave it like this. I was just thinking to be able to read tooltips and stuff, but that'll have to do.
Okay, so let's just take a load of that. And then we've got some scales, usually as we have the scales and everything. So grab some of that, then some hide. We'll just go with the top quality stuff for the moment. And scales here. This is interesting. Some fur and some more scales that doesn't have anything attached to it in terms of quality. A few other bits and pieces here. Maybe some unique bits and pieces
fang
for
leather,
each of these. Let's go have a look
scale,
through.
pristine
What else?
horns.
Oh, plumage. Okay, some feathers as well. Then we've got some blue scales here, proto-dragon scales, flawless. And then we've got the...
There already appears to be a monstrous amount of materials. Not to forget that most materials are going to have 3 different qualities of them. Woo! There's going to be a... Yeah, God bless reagent bag, I think this is going to be. We need the biggest reagent bag that Blizzard is willing to give us.
The usual awakened and rousing bits and pieces here, along with some souls and things like this. Seems to be like the standard bits and pieces that we need for a crafting session. Let's have a look. Let's go look at the trainer. See, we're going to need some ore as well. So, leatherworking, definitely. Let's train this. And Dragon Isles, leatherworking.
Doing leatherworking
and
first,
then jewel crafting, we might as well pick that up now whilst we're here. And we'd like to learn jewel crafting is your second one. Yes, please. Anybody
else notice Samadan's had a haircut? Samadan's looking slick. Man's turned his head upside down. Looking slick.
There we go. And then this is Dragon. Yeah, this is all Dragon Isles bits and pieces here at 5. Now interestingly, because we're a Draenei, we picked these up already. So we get a plus 15 to our crafting. So I'm going to grab these now whilst I'm here. We may see some racial benefits coming into play in the early game, but in the end of the day, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference. Okay, so let's just have a look at our professions.
Could actually be big though, you know. The ratio, like plus 15 skill or something in a crafting profession going into Dragonflight could be big, based upon the fact that you only need to be, the specializations unlock at certain thresholds, 25, 50, and 100. If you're getting like plus 15 skill in one of those, that could actually make a sizable difference. That could mean that I think we're going to find that knowledge is going to be gated far more than your skill. So it probably won't matter too much, but in the first few days and maybe first week, it could have quite a big impact. If you can get to your specialization points if you can unlock your specs much faster than other people, could be an advantage. It's one of those. It could be. It's one of those degenerate things that people will do.
Get ourselves some leatherworking and some jewel crafting. So let's have a look at leatherworking. So I expect this to be very much like blacksmithing in many ways. In fact, what I'm going to do, bring up the training in leatherworking here on one side, then we can do both at the same time. So we've got the basics, resilient leather tunic, resilient leather wrist guards,
Couple of
and then the
basic
scale
leather gear,
variants, vest and
leathering
braces.
stuff.
Now we've got some profession equipment. Skinner's travel pack, okay.
Finesse? What the hell's finesse? Where did finesse come from? Is this another stat? Is finesse going to be a gathering stat? Have we got our first sneaky look at gathering stats? Is finesse basically going to be like multi-craft but for gatherers? If you can carefully skin something off a creature. Finesse replaces pickpocketing, yoink. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if the racial will add crafting skill once you've hit max crafting level. Oh, so you like have plus 15 extra crafting skill as well. That's a thought.
Skinny accessory gives you 49 finesse. Jeweler's tool apron, okay.
What? Oh, whoa. We're going super speedy again here, Samadan. My lord, son. Let's back it up, son. Resourcefulness and crafting speed. Okay, we're aware of both of those two. Jewel Crafter's tool apron. Crafting speed is probably then going to be a benefit for jewel crafters because of prospecting, right? If you're going to stand there all day prospecting to get gems and you're limited to like, even with like mass prospecting, if you're prospecting like today, if you're prospecting Leystrike, you can be standing there for hours prospecting the stuff. Stack a bunch of crafting speed, just get it done faster.
Okay, so I like the fact that we've got some interaction again going between blacksmithing and jewel crafting and leatherworking. So blacksmiths can make a lot of tools, and it looks like leatherworkers can make a lot of different things. That I think this is where we're going to see some really nice economy interplay between the different professions. And then
Leather, hide, and fur
pieces
being used. Do we think crystal spine fur? Do we reckon that's actually going to be the cloth, or do we think that that's going to be a skinning thing? Because we've had fur considered as cloth before, right? When was it? Was it back in WoD? Was it back in WoD when we had something sumptuous fur, which was actually a cloth, right? Or have I made that up? Sumptuous fur in WoD. Yeah, there we go. So that might be an interconnection between, you know, requiring different materials, not just leather workers need leather, you know, which would be nice.
Here, let's start with the basics. Let's level this up. Usually wrist guards. Again, we're going to look at this mainly minimum crafting quality going up to 100.
He's already got 76 crafting skill, and he's not got a single point in the profession yet. How's that a thing? The recipe difficulty is 300, but he's already got 76 crafting skill from somewhere. Didn't previously your crafting skill like start at 1? Has that maybe got something to do with the racial? But no, the Draenei racial's for jewel crafting, right? Not the leatherworking. That's odd. Where's that crafting skill come from? The reagents might have an effect, or he has profession gear that he hasn't shown. Your profession gear goes under his bug button over here. It may be that it's tier 3 quality material, but to add 75 crafting skill just by using a tier 3 material, that feels like a lot. That feels like a lot.
With all of this. Now this has changed since the last time I looked at this in the video. You do get a little flash that goes all the way to the end, so you know that you've been inspired when creating something. That gives it a much better indication anyway. Whilst we're making
his crafting skill is still going up by 1 per, you know, per skill. When you get a skill up, your crafting skill also increases by 1. That 75 must initially have come from just by having better quality reagents. Seems like a huge jump in crafting skill, though, by using better quality reagents. I wonder if they're trying to do... Okay, well, let's keep
And these I'm
watching.
going to train the extras. Then I'm going to swap over to boots as we're leveling up here. So these are going green and yellow, as you'd expect. Looks like the tunic's the next one. Whether there's going to be any vendor shuffles with these, that's going to be interesting. Now going up the tunic, it's currently red, so let's just power through.
What's a little bit frustrating is they don't, on the default UI, it doesn't appear that when you hover over these crafts on the side, you have to physically select them before you get this screen, and you'd have to select it, and then you'd probably have to hover over this, see what the piece of gear actually is or does. Hint, hint, wink, wink, TSM. That just purely by hovering over these, it would be nice to kind of, you know, have some information about what the thing actually is. Because this is just a list at the moment, and it doesn't mean anything. You'd have to select each one, then hover over the icon to see what the thing even is. Most of it's self-explanatory, but, you know, when it's new, it's you kind of need to learn, right? It's just a off thought.
Through this, then reinforced armor kit, that should be quite cheap to make. And what have we got? Oh, engineer's protective gloves, those sound good. Okay, this has gone yellow. So let's
Very heavy on the
these
profession
next one.
equipment, look. Really heavy on the profession. Leatherworking is going to be big business for profession equipment. We've got a blacksmiths, engineers, alchemists, herbalists, skinners, jewel crafters, leatherworkers themselves, and a second piece for skinners already. So you're really stacking. Leatherworkers look as if they could be prime for profession equipment, meaning that maybe speccing into this early days is big business. Time to sell the shovel to the gold prospectors. Yeah, kinda.
Ones. This is rapid training, if ever I saw it. Really. This is taking us up to 35. So again, the later recipe is going to be down to finding them in the world. Okay, tattered.
None of this profession equipment will make money though. It's all the leveling items. You'd be surprised. This system is entirely hoovered from New World. And in the first month of New World being a thing, you could not craft profession equipment fast enough. I know it's not exactly the same, but you'll sell this stuff. There's no issue about selling this stuff.
Armor kit. This is all yellow. Anything now? We've got some essence of tear, wisp of tear. So these are quite common across all professions. Alchemy can do them. Blacksmithing can do.
If you notice here, both this essence of tear and wisp of tear, they require these artisan metals. This is your limited resource commodity for crafting. This is where players are going to... Now, this is something that's not so easy to see on the alpha, and a few content creators have very definitely missed this. But this is the crafter's limited commodity. We don't necessarily know just how easy it is to get these or where we get them from yet. On the alpha, these are just on a vendor. But it's been stated that these are going to be limited quantity. And so this is where you're going to need to choose stuff, right? This is where your choice is going to come in as a crafter. Where are you going to designate your artisan's metal to? Are you going to... With alchemy, we saw it so that you could either choose to use it on leveling up. In terms of like fulfilling work orders, you could use an artisan's metal to fulfill a work order, which would get you a skill point, improving your ability to craft everything a little bit more. Or you could choose to put them in the best quality flasks, but of course it then meant that if you use them in one area, you can't use them somewhere else. This was also used for your daily cooldown to discover something new in alchemy. So it's going to be interesting to see how they integrate these to all of the other professions. This is a limited commodity. This is going to become a big thing for crafters. that you'll have to be choosing where you spend this. And where you choose to spend it might, you know, if you choose to spend it in one area, it's going to prevent you from spending it somewhere else. They're soul-bound, and they're going to be limited in quantity.
Do them as well. So it's kind of personal to your own profession. But I did notice a bit of interplay between alchemy and blacksmithing in terms of making oils to go onto the finishing reagents for those. So that's all of those crafted at 35. A whole load of stuff has been made. Riding crop. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, the riding crop turns up again. Hey, leatherworkers are making trinkets. Get in, my son. Increases mount speed by 10%. Requires level 61. Those are going to pop off. You can make bank off these things. Because who doesn't want 10% movement speed? Not to mention an item level 300 trinket. I mean, it probably doesn't have stats on it. But 10% speed for when you're traveling about. Go on then. Especially whilst leveling. These will be a must-have when leveling. Back to classic now, gang. Yeah, we've gone all the way back. We've gone back 17 years. We're back to the beginning. Riding crop back in the day, I think, was a reputation reward, I think. Does it apply to dragon riding, though? That'd be interesting. Is dragon riding going to be counted as being mounted? If so, then maybe.
Increases mount speed by 10%. This reminds me of the old carrot on the stick. And then hopefully we can get some extra... I'm hoping we can get some extra bonuses to that. If you get a higher crafting quality, we'll have to see. But that's the basic stuff.
Yeah, a tier 5 quality riding crop. Plus, like, I don't know, plus 20% movement speed. Big money there. Big money. It already appears to use a type of scale, a type of leather, and a rare type of scale. There's going to be so many materials.
Certainly, we can probably go up with these artisans metal for those. Easily pick that up at the moment, so might as well put the jeweler's kit whilst I'm here.
So here you go. The artisan metal, an invaluable reagent with a myriad of uses, including for recrafting Dragon Isles crafted equipment. Bind on pickup. Now, it's on a vendor here, obviously, because it's the alpha. But these will be... I have a feeling that these might be sort of your Blood of Sargeras equivalent, right? In terms of something that will be limited in quantity to how many you can get. You will then obviously have to choose where you apply them. And maybe further on down the lines, they'll allow you to break the... Much like the Blood of Sargeras, trade them in at a vendor for mats or something. But yeah, these will be limited in quantity somehow, somewhere. Knowing Blizzard, these will be a World Quest reward.
And then a bunch of the artisans metal. We go, and I'll probably need a bit of primal flux as well.
Anybody else notice that primal flux is 18 gold?
Obviously, when we get to this,
let's hope that they've not decided to double the price of vendor materials, because yeah, that would be gross. Will they be used in work orders too, perhaps? Yes, this will be a thing. The artisan metal will be a component in work orders. Now, that will be a thing, right? If a work order comes in and the buyer supplies the artisan metal, that's good. You as a crafter are not going to want to supply these artisan metals unless there's a nice chunky commission on crafting that piece of gear. You are going to want to fulfill work orders where they're providing this artisan metal. If they're not providing it, they're going to have to pay you lucratively to use your own, because yours will be limited. And if you choose to use it, fulfilling that work order, sure, you'll get a skill point out of it, but if you've only got a limited amount of these and you need to choose where you use them, you know, you're going to have to be paid handsomely to use yours there. If those stay, we hope not. Vendor Shuffle was good knowing you. Unless vendor sound gear is burr, but probably not. It wouldn't surprise me if Blizzard don't like things like vendor shuffles. They're in the game, sure, and they're aware of them, but anytime one gets a little bit out of hand, they nerf it. Blizzard doesn't particularly like vendor shuffles. They never really want you to be able to make much more than a few thousand gold an hour through a vendor shuffle. It'll be a nightmare to track costs for these. I feel sorry for the TSM people trying to work out a decent UI for it. Yeah, TSM have got some work to do. To my understanding, a good portion of the TSM team have got alpha, and so can get in there and can start looking at this, and hopefully they can dedicate enough time to do it and get something good out of it.
Stage of looking at vendor shuffles and things like that, we're going to have some interesting options, certainly. Like those can't be sold.
Resilient leather tunic, sell price 54 gold. So there's still, you know, what I would consider sort of default sell prices on pieces of gear. Depends how they balance the mats on them.
Just grab those for now. So leatherworking so far, that's the basics. Now, obviously, unlocking specializations. We do have some leatherworking specializations already, which is really nice to see. So this will be unlocked, I think it's either 25 or 35. And so then we can start on the
Leatherworking discipline. Specialize at improving your leatherworking skills. You'll be more inspired as you craft, learn to save resources as you work, and craft many different types of useful items, and improve at your general crafting skill.
this. So
Upon unlocking this specialization, you will gain +5 crafting skill when crafting leatherworking patterns.
I think in the same way as looking at the other professions,
He was too quick again. Samadan and his speedy fingers. Leather armor crafting. Specialize in crafting leather armor, increasing your ability to craft at higher quality. In addition, learn new patterns and ways to customize the armor you craft. This is something that I think is both good and bad. They seem to be nesting away recipes within the talent trees. This is good and bad. Good, because it means that it puts more value in the specializations during Dragonflight. It means that you are going to be limited to be... You physically won't be able to have all of the recipes on your characters until you've grinded out hundreds of leatherworking knowledge. But it's bad from the perspective of it's not very future-proof. It doesn't bode well for when we go into later patches, and it doesn't bode very well at all for when they potentially scrap this whole system in 11.0. It's not very future-proof having to... Because let's be honest, once people move on, are these patterns just going to be like borderline impossible for people to get? It's not super future-proof, but they're probably not thinking about that just yet. But it does worry me slightly that these are not just talent trees. These are actually going to nest away specific patterns within them.
professions, you'd probably start here at the leatherworking discipline, build this up a little bit more, and then you can start learn a sub-specialization. These ones will...
Primordial leatherworking, specialize in utilizing the elements, beasts, and the essence of decay in your crafting, increasing your ability to craft these types of items at higher quality. I wonder if Samadan touches on this, because there seems to be different, very specifically named... I've seen this come up a few times, that there is like decay crafting, using the essence of decay in your crafting. I'm thinking that they might split this off between like raiding, PvP, and Mythic Plus. They might be trying to make different gear for different areas of play again. Or it could be a like an item level thing. You know, normal mode is one thing, decay is heroic mode, and then something else is mythic mode or something. I would like to try and find out a bit more detail about what these mean. I wonder if they might reset your talent trees for professions for a patch like they do with class trees. Maybe that's also a possibility, that they'll give you a you might have no reset ability during that patch, but they'll give you a free reset at the end of that patch when you go into a new tier of content. Maybe. That could be a thing. At the end of Dragonflight, they better extract my crafting knowledge to remove that sword stabbed into Silithus. What sword is this? What sword?
Be available at various points. I mean, if we learn this
What's this one then? Leatherworking discipline. Oh no, we've seen this one already.
one, like that, then this is not available to us.
Chain armor crafting. Specialize in crafting mail armor, increasing your ability to craft at higher quality. In addition, learn new patterns and ways to customize the armor you craft. So it looks like there's going to be that the 4 specs seem to be leather as a general, mail as a general, whatever this primordial thing means, which could... This could be like regular ass, you know, regular leather, regular mail, like your crafter's mark stuff, for example. Your leveling gear, your catch-up gear, your crafter's mark gear, but split off into the 2 armor types. Then you could have the primordial leatherworking, which could be your end game crafted via the work order stuff. It may be if you want to make the best of the best stuff, you're going to have to spec into this one, which will then give you the ability to actually maybe push, you know, push to make those best items for people. But doing that will be at the detriment of you maybe not being able to capitalize on the crafter's mark sort of equivalent markets. This is going to be quite cool, the fact that you are going to have to pick and choose and you won't be able to do everything. I do really like the fact that you just straight up won't be able to do everything. And this seems to be detailed enough that it... The alt loophole, I don't think is going to be a thing, really. Because you'd arguably need at least 3 alts. At least. You know? And even if you spec into this one, then you still can go, right, well... I can go this way or I can go this way. Do I need more alts to do that then? It kind of closes the alt loophole. You might be able to take some advantage by doubling up your professions, having leatherworking on 2 characters. But I don't think any much... If having 3 or 4 alts is just going to multiply the effort and the diminishing returns on the benefit from it, I reckon.
Until... this one's been progressed a little bit further. So we should have something to give us from you, I think. Across to probably all these pages now. It gets difficult to find everything. Secret guide to leatherworking is what I wanted. Okay. Obviously, just for testing purposes, we can get ourselves a 50 points very easily. How many you have at this point is still going to be very much up in the air at the moment. And then leatherworking, we can start learning. So here we've got the leatherworking discipline rank 0 of 30, improve at leatherworking, gaining +1 crafting skill per point in this specialization. Next page bonus at rank 5. So you go in, you probably learn. Have a look. So we add knowledge in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we can either learn a sub-specialization. So we could go
Curing and tanning. Improve at curing and tanning, gaining +1 crafting skill point per this spec when crafting reagents and armor kits. Upon unlocking this specialization, gain +20 multi-craft when crafting armor kits. Ooh. Ooh. Why won't multiple alts be a thing? Surely you'll want at least 1 in each spec within leatherworking. It's all going to depend very heavily on this knowledge, right? How easily can we... how easily or how time-gated is this knowledge? The way that they can close the loophole is to make the trees deep enough that they have enough branches on that you'd need to throw like 10 alts all with the same profession to try and do a bit of everything. And at that point, you're actually doing that at the detriment of just picking other professions, right? Because let's not forget, every alt where you double up your professions on is an alt where you're not just leveling up another profession anyway. So until you have all of your professions ticked off, because you're going to need what? You're going to need like 5 characters to be able to even have every profession once. Until you've done that, you're really not going to see much benefit of multiplying your professions on multiple alts. And even then, if the trees are deep enough, the benefit of doing that is going to be slim. I think they're probably going to try quite hard to close the alt loophole. Like I said, you'll have multiple alts because you'll want multiple alts to play with multiple professions, especially since they seem to connect together quite nicely. Your leatherworker in this scenario could make your alchemist its gear, its profession gear, saving you the ability to having to pay that premium to buy it off the auction house. But I don't think having 5 leatherworkers on 5 different characters is really going to be that sensible. It might give you a very small benefit to leatherworking, but you've got to think about, well, at what cost is that? It's at the cost of not being able to have another profession on that character anyway. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Further into curing and tanning, +1 per point, especially on crafting reagents and armor kits. Got bonding.
Bonding and stitching. Improve at bonding and stitching patterns, gaining +1 crafting skill when crafting bows and profession accessories. +20 to multi-craft when crafting drums. This leatherworking discipline seems to be like, your bread and butter of the profession, right? You're either going to spec in, so you got your bread and butter, armor kits, drums, maybe the odd toy, maybe the odd weapon. But then you've got like leather, leveling gear, and catch-up gear, mail armor, catch-up gear, leveling gear, and then primordial is probably your end game specialist stuff. Seems to be split out quite nicely, I think.
Bonding and stitching, crafting skill when crafting bows and profession accessories. And then that's when crafting leatherworking patterns.
Whoa, what was that? Let's back it up, Samadan. Why does that key not work? Just thinking about it. Awe-inspiring works. Become more inspired when crafting leatherworking patterns. Inspiration grants 5% more skill points when crafting leather. Oh, so that's just a general one. That's just a general. Here, have 5% more. Gain +1 inspiration per point in this spec. It's going to also be interesting to try and calculate and work out, because they have inspiration points and then there's your inspiration percentage. It may not necessarily be 1 point to 1%. You may have to get 10 points in inspiration to gain 1% inspiration stat, if that makes sense. This is all stuff we need to math out and see it in action a little bit more.
And that's when doing.
And then finally we have sheer mastery of leather. Improve at getting more out of your crafting reagents, gaining +1 resourcefulness per point. Resourcefulness refunds 5% more materials when crafting leatherworking patterns. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be your very general one. You might spec into here. Maybe not for the purpose of, maybe not to these first two. You know, armor kits, sure. What was the other one? Bows and stuff. Drums and armor kits were these basic ones, but you might spec into leatherworking discipline to pick up these two bonuses, because they're going to give you resourcefulness and inspiration, which are going to be really powerful stats at the beginning. You might want to get some points in here to begin with, and then look at specializing further into these, into then picking one of these three. It's going to be fun to try and work out the order in which you should do stuff. I'm really loving these specs, you know.
Doing resourcefulness refunds 5% more materials when crafting level working patterns. So that's when you're going to want to get a little bit more efficient in things as well.
You know how some people spend hours in front of the talent trees for their class, trying to work out the optimal way to set up their character for certain boss fights? I get that same jam by these, right? being able to work out, right, at the beginning, I know I'm going to get a rough, let's just say I get 100 knowledge points a week. How am I going to look at distributing those to put my character in a position to have some advantage somewhere? How can I best go about tackling the early market? Do I want to focus initially on the leveling gear because everybody's leveling, and then switch into making armor kits and drums once a week or two has passed? If there's going to be a couple of weeks before the raid comes out, for example, it may not necessarily be that worthwhile speccing into armor kits and drums straight away. Simply because it's maybe a couple of weeks before these have a high spike in demand, because the raid isn't out yet. So you may go in another direction to begin with, just to start you off. You may want to focus on the leveling gear because everybody's leveling and you want to have an advantage there, but know that you're going to then go towards these two the week after, because then they're going to be beneficial for then when the raid opens. And then your primordial leatherworking, for example, might actually be your third priority, because you're going to be, if you focus on this too quickly at the beginning, you're going to be stuck with expensive prices on everything else that's popping off at that time, when you're then waiting on work orders to come in. Now, if nobody's out there raiding, if no raiders have got those special soulbound materials, they're not going to be creating work orders for you to fulfill. Doesn't matter how good you are at it, if there's no work orders to fulfill, it's pointless. So there might be a bit of a priority system in which way you level this up, which would be quite cool to try and, math out and work out what could be quite good. God, I'm going to geek this out so hard, it's not even funny.
Wow. And so these now require level 100 of Dragonel's Leatherwork to unlock additional specialization. Okay, so that's got the limit. You have to max out.
Oh, that's changed. Here we go. Alpha changes to begin with. Samadan, maybe this is just... Samadan picked one. Now he doesn't get to unlock another one until he's maxed out the profession. Damn. That would really heavily restrict... That would really restrict where you go. We saw with alchemy and blacksmithing last week or the week before that it was staggered, 25, 50, then 100. If they're going to say, right, you're only allowed one spec until you are maxed out in that profession, woof, that could be spicy.
Your leatherwork before you can do any further. So this is probably where you'll start adding your knowledge in, and then further increasing that once you're up to 100. So, I mean, getting extra crafting skill is going to be something you want to add in. So let's say you just maxed that out, like so. That's first 30 points gone straight into that. Then we go back into our leatherworking. Okay, we need to skill this up some more. So things I can currently make is the Essence of Tear and Wisp of Tear. So let's start.
He's only at 25 skill points, and you can already see that the only guaranteed way of gaining a skill point from this is by using Artisan's Metal. I think leatherworking might be a good example of how they want to slow people's progression down with this. That if, I don't know how many of these you're going to get. We don't obviously know how frequent you're going to get these limited materials. But if your only guaranteed way of gaining a skill point is by using these, you might find that there's very deliberate bottleneck points, choke points in the leveling. You may, making it so that people can power Zerg up to a certain point, but then there might be a mini time gating choke point. The fact that you're going to get much past, to get from 30 to 35 skill points in a profession, you're going to be time gated by having to use limited resource items. Then once you push through that little bit and a reset has happened, then you might be able to push a bit further. You unlock a new pattern or something that you can bang out a few. They could be really clever with this. Feels like it's going to be too complicated for the masses to start doing professions at scale. Almost by design, I think. I think they really want this to be, a thinker's game, right? By the looks of it, you're going to need lots of gold after all for the high-end materials. It depends how much gold becomes a limitation. You know, we already know artisans and metal are bind on pickup, so there's no trading going into these. And if these are going to be made the bottleneck of the professions, no amount of gold is going to allow you to gain more of them. So disappointed. I'm not a thinker. If you check out yesterday's video I put up on YouTube, some of you guys will have seen it live on stream. But like we showcased like the Blizzard Wheel of Fortune, and how it sort of appears, or Blizzard's business model for tokens very heavily plays into goblins doing goblin things, right? They want people who enjoy this sort of stuff to have lots of opportunity to do it and to get very wealthy by doing it, because they're the people that will then go out and buy a bunch of tokens and keep the wheel spinning. At the very same time, an element of complexity here might just be far too much for, you know, your average raid logger or Mythic Plus guy to even bother with. If, if regular people don't bother with this in too much detail, they leave it up to the goblins, then that disparity again is what creates the economy. They have to be careful with systems like this. New World had a big problem, right? New World had the problem that it had a very, very similar crafting system, but everybody could do everything. And when everybody can do everything, nobody needs anybody else. And that's pretty cancerous for an MMO. Obviously in WoW, it's a similar crafting system that's being implemented. Obviously, if you didn't play New World, I understand you may struggle to see the link, but New World's crafting system was very similar to this. But when you could access all of the trade skills on a crafter, you had no need for anybody else. At least this, you've got two primary professions. You're going to require the expertise of others. You know, if you're a leather worker, sure, you can make one of your tools yourself, but you might need to get your other tool from a blacksmith and your other tool from a scribe, say, meaning that you physically, as one single character, can't be fully self-sufficient and fully optimized. You need the support and the assistance of other crafters. Now, of course, we're goblins. We just play with alts. We just will do it on an alt, but that still means that you're running double the amount of characters and putting in twice the amount of effort. So there's a limit to that, obviously. Especially if all of this requires you to be... it's likely that you're going to be able to chip away at most of this way before hitting level 70, but it also would not surprise me if some of these limited commodity items are nearly impossible to get until you're level 70. You might get drip-fed them very, very slowly, but if world quests don't unlock until you're level 70, and world quests become a primary way of getting access to these, then, well, hey presto, you kind of need to level those alts as well. All sort of, limiting each individual player's ability to do everything. It's an MMORPG. Like, it's the base idea to be out exploring the world. That's what the core of any RPG from the dawn of RPGs. AFKing in the auction house came down the line when we started playing alts and figuring out these crafted things could be done without leaving cities. It's also what Blizzard said about Dragonflight. They want you out in the world exploring again. Yeah, for sure. And I hope that's the case. I hope there's lots of reasons to go out and explore stuff. Oh, thanks, Kahani. A link on how to use Excel. Yeah, we might need that one. A training course in Excel.
With some of those, whether these are going to be on a daily cooldown doesn't really look like at the moment.
It's a finishing crafting reagent. When crafting, increase your crafting skill by 30. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, these are going to be so that you can boost... You can artificially boost your crafting skill to be able to craft something at a higher quality than you would do normally, but in a very limited capacity. maybe once or twice a week, you may look at crafting something at tier 5 in quality. You may be able to make 1 or 2 super high quality things. But until you then have access to more artisan's metal, you might have to just live with crafting what you can
And
do
when
as
crafting
default.
increases
I
crafting
like
skills,
this a
these
lot.
are the finishing reagents. The essence of tier is that's it. Increases skill as well. Interesting. They both increase crafting skill. They have also gone yellow now. Everything else has gone grey.
Yeah, so there you go. That really does go to show the only way to gain skill points, a really strong bottleneck in the leveling system, is going to be linked around these. And these are green. Pushing past, it looks like he's about skill 50 here. No longer are we going to log on to WoW Dash professions, find a list of materials, and just level our profession from 1 to 100. I think this might deliberately be a system that is designed to be chipped away at slowly but surely.
We've gone green already, and we are currently, just at halfway of leatherworking. So this seems to be like the rough baseline ballpark. Go to the trainer, get a whole load of recipes that can get you up to about halfway of maximum, but this is by far just the start of the journey. Looking at this, we're going to go, okay, what am I going to do? Now, I'm going to need to learn all of these other recipes, which are going to probably come out through...
That is a long-ass list of recipes, actually. I know he zoomed through that really quickly, but if you just very briefly saw the... Let's see if we can go back a
just the start of the journey. Looking at this, we're going to go, okay, what am I going to do? Now, I'm going to need to learn...
For starters, there's all the reagents here, right? This is going to be converting regular pieces of gear into other gear, I'd imagine. I think it's going to be that skinners are going to get scales and hides and leather. And then I would imagine you're going to slap on the elements to these. A leather worker is going to combine the regular leather with the elements, which I presume will come from various sources, to make very specific reagent, like intermediate reagents, for leather workers to then use themselves. Drums are here. Now we're on to the unlearned stuff. You can see there seems to be like different sets of gear. Green lush stained belt.
Learn all of these.
We have placeholder hidden sentinels gloves, which are grayed. So this is maybe your, at this point with these being grayed out, this is probably what's going to be your leveling gear. Your, your basic green crafted leveling gear. Nothing fancy, nothing that you make in too much of a detail. But green lush stained bindings, this could like maybe be your first level of crafter's mark stuff. But in here as well, you've also got some properly named items. And there's a big variety of named items as well. I'm hoping that there's multiple crafted sets that have unique transmog appearances, keep the crafts relevant down the line as well. There's a good chance that most of this stuff will have a unique appearance as well. As that tends to be a thing as time goes on, because they're making higher resolution, higher detailed armor sets. So they tend not to just use the same appearances.
These other
And then it seems to be duplicated again for male armor. So that was leather up the top here. Now we've got the same in male. This is why I love leatherworking, because you basically get 2 professions in one. Because you're making gear for 2 complete armor sets.
Recipes, which you're going to probably...
Then we've got our weapons. We've got Bow of the Dragon Hunters, a savage bow and a withered tome by the looks of things. And then yet more profession equipment. This is probably like we were talking earlier. You might have some basic profession equipment, but then there's the good stuff, right? This is going to be the good stuff that people are ultimately going to want. But of course, it's going to be a lot more pricey. There's yet more optional reagents down here, finishing reagents. There's a lot to this already. For an alpha, this is impressive that there's just, so there's already more here in the alpha for Dragonflight than we have in Shadowlands today. There's already significantly more.
They come out through exploring the world, quests and things like that.
What are those toys? A Knoll tent and a Tuskar beanbag. All right.
So leveling up. So I imagine, don't know yet, at the moment it's a lot easier just to go to the vendor and buy all of these recipes. So let's have a look at dual crafting. Going to be a similar case here. We've got...
Okay, we're halfway through the video. How long? How long? we were like 40 minutes into this react, and we're 9 minutes into the video. We're on track for a good session today.
The Dragon Isles prospecting, and so this is a slightly different way of doing things. We had a hint about this in previous articles about basically mass prospect is going to be part of this interface here. So let's go get some ore and have a look at this. Okay, so oops,
Oh, it's bust.
crash there. So we got ourselves a whole load of ore here.
Pulls
At
on the
rank
game
3.
upgrading.
So
Oh,
let's have a
yeah.
look. Let's have a look. So we get 5 of this, and
Tiravite ore. Is that how we're saying that? We'll go with Tiravite ore.
let's create all. See what we get. So crumbled stone. Acquired dual crafters and prospecting ore from the Dragon Isles. Okay. I still haven't found a way to do auto loot yet. Here we go. Vibrant
It's
emerald.
literally in the options
And then
menu,
we've got
Samadan.
prismatic ore.
Oh,
Acquired dual
snap.
crafters. Okay. Fractured
Fractured
glass.
glass. Hang on. Acquired by Dawn Crafters when prospecting ore from the Dragon Isles. Can be bought and sold on the auction house. It's a crafting reagent in amongst of itself. Fractured glass. What profession could need fractured glass? I don't know. Is that going to be like, I don't know. Inscription? I don't know. That's odd. Sure. Engineering, maybe? Yeah, possibly. That could have, if through prospecting, you end up with components that jewel crafters themselves have no use for, but are desirable by others, that makes a huge market for just prospecting alone. If the interconnect between prospecting isn't solely for jewel crafters, but is creating the reagents needed by others, that could be really interesting. That could be that creates an entire market around prospecting alone.
Okay. And it.
Oh, he's so fast with his... Doesn't hover over anything for more than a second. Eternity's Amber. Required by Dawn Crafting when prospecting ore from the Dragon Isles can be bought and sold on the... Okay, it's just going to say... That tagline is going to be the same every time, isn't it?
Eternity Amber.
And then a prismatic ore. Acquired by Dawn Crafters by prospecting ore found on the Dragon Isles and can itself be prospected. Oh my lord, we got prospect inception on the go. Oh, we're going to prospect shit that can then be prospected again. Is that then because it's a prismatic, or do we reckon that we will prospect that and that, hey presto, out pops a bunch of the, like the elements? The fire and water and air and all of that. That could be quite fun. Oh god, they've done a madness on prospecting. This is awesome.
Amber. Queen's Ruby. Crumbled stone. Bring up our bags so we can see some of this stuff coming in. And prospecting as where are we at now? 13. So we're getting these green. That said, can't obliterate that item. That was interesting. Sundered onyx.
The
look
gems
like
have qualities.
Typical dual crafting bits and pieces. Obviously,
individual
when we get
gems
into
have
this
qualities.
min-maxing and working out the...
Would make sense though. You could prospect higher quality. There's already they've already noted that it doesn't matter whether you prospect 1, 2, or 3 tier ore at the moment. On the alpha, the results are the same. Yet that's not intended. It is intended to be that prospecting higher quality ore will return more stuff. It just doesn't work that way on the alpha at the moment. We heard you like prospecting, so we put prospecting in your prospecting. Yeah. Only tailors and jewel crafters themselves so far are the thing by far. Oh, so that fractured glass business. Fractured glass is reagent 4, abrasive polishing cloth. Oh, okay. Fiberglass. Yeah, fiberglass, right? Okay. Is then going to be an abrasive polishing cloth makes something. This thing makes the Jewel crafting, jewel crafting, jewel crafting, jewel crafting. Also used in Dragon Isles tailing. What's this abrasive polishing business? What did I click on there? A broke it. That one. This is then it's a finishing reagent, which presumably you're going to use. Okay, there's not too much information on it as of yet. Ooh, okay. Okay.
The rates that you get everything at, that will come at a much later date. Once more people are testing this, we'll get more results and more people working the statistics, and so we can get some decent prospecting rates
Queen's
on all of the ore,
rubies.
things like that. It's too early for that.
Oh,
here we go. There's a purple one.
A diamond.
Limited diamond.
A limited diamond. This highly desirable diamond is acquired by jewel crafters. Can be bought and sold. Tier 3 quality. Procked a good one there, Samadan.
Highly desirable diamond acquired by jewel crafters prospecting. Okay. And this is a quality 3. Notice we're getting various ranges of 1, 2, and 3 in return prospected stuff. And nothing here can we actually make yet out of the things.
It already looks like there's, of the basic gems, it looks like there's maybe what's going to be 6 colour variations. Are we going to have red, blue, green, orange, purple? What colour haven't I said? And yellow. It looks like we might already have 6 different colours like we used to have back in the day. And on top of those 6 different colours, you're going to have 6 different colours at 3 different qualities. So there's 18, and that's just the basic gems. Oh boy. So in Shadowlands, we have 3, right? Oroblas, Umbriel, and the other one, Angazai. We have 3 currently in Shadowlands, basic gems. And we've had 3 gems the entire expansion. Just the basic ones in Dragonflight, there could be 18 different variations of just the basic ones. Before you get to rare gems, before you get to epic gems. Oh my lord. Bag space go rip.
Be prospected. Change this over to something different. Let's have a look.
Now we're doing some draconium ore.
Okay, these are based off of the different
Here we
dragons.
go.
That's interesting.
Now we got a rare
I like
one.
the names of these. These are really nice. I hope they...
6 times 3 times 3, 54 item slots just for your gems. That's going to be ridiculous. We know your bag space is going to be an issue, so here's 36 more slots for your new 450 materials. Oh no. 54 item slots required just to hold your gems. Oh dear.
I hope they stay.
Good thing they stacked to 1,000.
The draconium ore.
Too bad I only
You're
have
gonna spend
one
a
of
lot
each
your
one.
time
Yeah.
prospecting, really. And once I've worked out how you can just mass prospect with the auto loot on. Let's see if we can find that on the interface. Because it's all changed anyway. So, enable sound, graphics, languages, network, accessibility, general, thing there. Colorblind mode, text to speech, gameplay, trolls, auto dismount, sticky targeting, open loot with window at mouse. Well, that's okay. We can keep that off if we want. Bind back to a single one, that's good. Where is auto though? Interface, my name, everything's on. Well, everything's off rather. Yeah, auto loop. Here we go. Turn that on. So let's see what mass prospecting does now.
They moved it into key bindings.
Yeah. And then it doesn't carry on. Okay. So if you had this linked to a mouse wheel or something like that, that might work. Or maybe
okay, so
this here.
One button prospecting is rip, unfortunately.
Create. Then that goes back to 1 again. I think this might not be quite working as intended. The create all and the create don't seem to continue. Okay, we've got a load of stuff at the moment. So the things we can make at the moment, some amber and some polished stone. Let's go bring up our trainer whilst we're here. Learn different things. A draconic vial.
Draconic vials? Why are jewel crafters making vials?
I've got a few different things.
Oh! We saw... Oh! We saw this with alchemy, didn't we? That alchemy was able to use the basic vials if needs be. The tier 1 quality vials you can buy from a vendor. But if you want the best quality vials, you're going to need to look at a jewel crafter to make them for you. That's one of those connections between the professions, which is going to be nice. Entirely an optional one. Optional, in some regards. Optional in terms of that you don't probably need... Eventually, if your alchemy is really good, you might not need the best quality vials. But if you're making the top quality... the best, or trying to make the best quality flasks, there's a good chance you might need the best quality vials. And hey presto, there your jewel crafter comes in. I like all of this. This looks very good. You could just make vials as a business model easily. Easy. I wish they would make a master profile like with key bindings. I'm tired of having to enable bars, auto loot, etc. and making 17th alt. Yeah, we'll see what they do. Hopefully they will.
We're missing a fair amount of here. This is needing some rousing items, rousing air. A lot of this requires the
What was that
the
frameless
rousing sections.
he's
Let's grab a
so
load of those.
fast.
Okay, that's a bunch of that, and then our trainer again. And then let's have a look. Okay, so now we can make a few different bits and pieces. Let's start with some frameless lenses.
Okay, this is just an intermediate item,
Make
sure.
what told.
The components needed for these intermediate items is quite interesting, though. That's where this fractured glass is coming in. It looks like the fractured glass we gain from prospecting is going to be a reagent. We're going to need to then repump into more reagents. A reagent into a reagent. Loving this. Loving this. Finely ground gemstones. Oh, we saw these icons on MMO Champion the other day, and I wondered if they were going to be for like some dust. I wondered if they were going to be a new dust. It appears it's going to be the icon for some ground up. Where's the thing? Hello? Where's the thing? Yeah, here, look. These are going to be like ground up dust of gemstones. So maybe that's a way to repurpose any spare gems that you don't need. You can grind them up into dust to then re-put them back into your reagents to craft shit you actually do need. That could be quite nice. As you can see here, finely ground gemstones. It's got the same icon. I don't envy you writing a new spreadsheet for all of this. It'll be fine. I love me a good spreadsheet. I'll do it on stream. I'll just do it live. And then people can help me make it. It's fine. But so yeah, regular elemental stuff. Fractured glass that we seem to be getting from prospecting itself. And then I don't know how at this moment we get access to this stuff, but I'm sure we'll find out.
These are reagents that are going in. So this will be for alchemists, the draconic vial. I wonder what the flameless lens is. That an engineering thing? And shimmering.
Frameless lens is maybe for making goggles. Is it? Oh, it could be lenses in. This probably is used for jewel crafters as well. Have you scrubbed back in the video, or did I not miss much progress during my work call? No, we are still 13 minutes into Samadan's video after nearly an hour of reacting to it. No, I'm breaking records here, Gumdrops. Don't worry, I'm breaking records.
Not sure about some of these.
I got Pause Andy on the go. I got it
nailed. Watch this go up each time, and then if you get inspired, it goes all the way up to the end. Not expecting a huge amount with only 5% inspiration at this point. Specialization locked at 25 at the moment. We're just about to get up to that. There we go, down. That's gone yellow. Let's just learn a few more things.
So they're calling them rudimentary gems to begin with, and then you seem to have elemental gems. So we've got air, earth, fire, frost gems as well. Ooh.
25. Then there's a big jump up to 40 here. Then we've got a number of gems over here. Statues and carvings. This needs the polished stone. Pendants, shimmering clasp. Okay, we need to make some of the shimmering clasps, which comes from the misshapen
figurine. Purchased from the jewel crafting vendor across the Dragon Isles. Can be bought and sold. Okay, so that's just going to be a regular old vendor material. And that all shimmering clasp is going to be for making rings, right? Isn't that what jewelers put a gemstone in on a ring, right? I think so. The shimmering clasp is going to be an intermediate item for making rings, just as a guess.
Filigree. Okay, and that's going to be from the vendors. Filigree, let's grab a load of this. Grab a few more of these. Well, put it here, just in case you might need them. See my train just under there in jewel crafting. Okay, so we're up to 40. We want to get up to 40 to finish these off. We're not quite there. Missing something here.
Here we go. Forceful Nosdorite. Is that like a what's his name? Nosdomo or something? What's the dragon called? He's in I don't know the lore of this game. Nosdomo or something? Isn't he a Nosdormu? There we go. That's probably a nod to that dragon, I would guess. Requires a Nosdorite gem. Oh, Jesus. Keepers of Time. Ah, there we go. See? I knew you guys would have the answer. So the Nosdorite, that's one of the rare gems, and an Awakened Heir goes into making a Forceful gem. Okay. I'm intrigued to see just how deep they go with the stats on this, because I have a sneaky suspicion that this could be like Cataclysm, Wrath of the Lich King level, just crazy amounts of gems.
5 gems. Time Watcher's Patience. Okay.
Marvelous, although fragile gemstone can be cracked to reveal a small hoard of Nosdorite. Eh? So you take a... Wasn't Nosdorite the rare gem? So you can take fractured glass, a normal gem, and some finely ground up gemstones to potentially make some slightly higher quality gems. Is this a rudimentary skill up system? You take spare basic components that you've got kicking about and turn them into something more valuable, maybe? Extravagant glasswares, or is this going to be on a cooldown? Is this a timer based thing?
Okay, what's this? Marvelous unique. The fragile gemstone. Be cracked to reveal a small hoard of Nosdorite. Okay, try this. That's fractured glass, eternity amber, and finely ground gemstones. There we go. Cooldown. 3-day cooldown. Wow.
3-day
okay, that's going to be
cooldown.
something fairly unique.
Son of a...
Is it going to be soulbound? I'm not sure. Oh, it is unique. Actually.
Even.
Let's grab that. Not sure what's
Open
that
it, Samadan.
used for
Open
yet.
it.
What else have we got?
Open it.
The impending perils. So we've got some nice things with the socket in. Soul.
Elemental Soul Cage. Drain the essence of a particularly powerful elemental. If your target dies whilst being drained, you will capture its soul. Hi, Warlocks. Drain the essence of a particularly powerful elemental. 30-minute cooldown. Is this going to be how... Jesus, Samadan, don't be so chill. Open it. Open the goddamn loot box. Do we think this is how we're going to get the higher quality elementals? You can take basic bitch elementals. You can take 10 of them. And you can convert it into a higher quality one. Or on a 30-minute cooldown, you can throw this at a mob to extract one if you then kill it. Weird. Weird. Could be a cool little, you know, log into your character every 30 minutes, pew pew an enemy, get a thing. It's not exactly the goal per hour we're used to, but you know, if it's a way to get some resources on the cheap, why not?
Cage, essence, particularly powerful elemental. And then we've got gems for putting in.
Oh, here we go. Jagged Nosdorite. So this is considered a fire amber gem. I wonder if the gem slots on gear is going to require very specific stuff to go into it. Okay, so plus 16 stamina and crit. Yep, we're back to Cataclysm. We're back to old school jewel crafting here. Mixed stat gems. Now, what have we always learned? Any old school jewel crafters in chat? What did we learn about old school jewel crafting and mixed gems? See if anybody can remembers the rule with mixed stat gems. The rule is quite simple. There is a problem with it though. Junk. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. That pretty much sums it up. Very, very rarely did anybody actually care for the mixed stat gems, because people would have a stat that they were after and they would want as much of it as they could get their hands on. If pure stat gems are also a thing, then pure stat gems will be what people will probably want. Mixed stat gems, especially when they're offering stamina, it may just be this one specific gem is trash, but nobody really cares for just, like, maybe, you know, maybe a bear wants to stack its stamina, but we'll see. It basically meant when they had lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of gems, because they were all mixed stat, that out of 20 different variations, 4 of them would reliably sell. Not true, I sold crit and stam gems in Wrath, earned bank. Oh, you could, but, you know, if you had access to all of them, it was often the case that you didn't have much choice in the matter, right? Because it was a discovery system back then, and an expensive, lengthy discovery system at that. To the point that I'm still unlocking jewel crafting recipes from Cataclysm to this day. But no tanks are stacking stamina, all main stat. Maybe. I don't follow the meta enough. You know, back in Wrath, though, it was not uncommon for, like, you know, classes to stack stamina just because then they just couldn't die. Okay. I'll hold my opinion until we see this a little bit more in action, but this could be more stuff of which the majority of it is just not worth.
Things. So it requires level 200, the usual kind of gem you'd expect here at this point. Awakened Fired Nosdorite we don't have. This all requires the Nosdorite. Did we actually get some from that?
Open the thing, Sam.
Okay, so let's have a look.
Here we go.
And open up this.
What did he even get? Oh, he's way too fast.
Ah, there we go. And we got some Nosdorite out of that.
There we go.
Interesting. Okay.
2, 4. He got 5 Nosdorite out of it. 5 Nosdorite on a 3-day cooldown. Oh, Lord. Say hello to time gating. All the more important to craft the right gems. This is where industrialization, like we know it today, where you just craft 10 of everything, is maybe not going to be so much of a thing. Certainly not early days, especially if, you know, if there's a 3-day cooldown on getting 5 gems, you're definitely not going to throw them into everything, that unless you know, this might be that you put in work orders for flipping gems, you know, and jewel crafters won't be crafting and selling. There'll be far more of a risk on crafting and selling on the auction house. Time to get 10 jewel crafters on the go. They balancing has got to be key with this for sure.
Okay, so this is going to be hard to get hold of, this Nosdorite perhaps. It's a blue thing, but also did you notice with the 3-day cooldown, this is something maybe an old army, especially in the early stages, would find very useful. Dual crafting cooldowns perhaps.
Was the Nosdorite tradable, or was it soul bound?
That reminds me.
He hovered over it a second ago. Crafting reagent acquired by jewel crafters when prospecting ore from the Dragon Isles can be bought and sold on the auction house. There we go. So it's basically a transmute. It's jewel crafters have got a transmute. That's what we're saying. You take some basic bitch things, and every 3 days you can press the transmute button, and then you can either use it for your own crafts, you can use it to fulfill work orders, or you can sell them on the auction house. That does, you know, lend itself very nicely to just having jewel crafters on spare alts, just to, you know, bang these things out. If gems become a big thing, though, we'll see just what the use is for these. But the fact that you know, it's a 3-day cooldown on something that can be sold on the auction house, expect these to go for a pretty penny. And expect these to be hoovered up minutes before a raid tier opens, for example. So the plan currently, every alt with inscription for the cards, once dead, dump it, everybody pick up dual crafting. Maybe. It depends if we can mass craft Darkmoon decks. The way that looks as well is Darkmoon decks look to be heavily linked to that artisan metal again, which means you may not be able to zug the Darkmoon decks like we previously have been.
Old army, especially in the early stages, would find very useful. Dual crafting cooldowns, perhaps. Okay, so that reminds me a little bit of the Pandaria professions. What was it again? That reminds me of the sky shards that we used to get in Pandaria from prospecting Kuiperite. Combine them together.
Are your operations and things still up for grabs with a sub? My TSM won't post anything anymore. Figured I'd reload my settings. Yeah, Silver Goblins or Tier 2 Goblins have access to all of my TSM stuff.
Together. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see if we can get this leveled up a little bit further. So that Nosderite, we have got some. We need to pick up some Awakened Earth. Didn't get some of that. Let's grab some of the... We've got a little bit of that, so let's make at least 5 of these. We've only got the 5.
Shush, gumdrops. Some of us have got to make a living over here.
Nosderite. Can actually buy some a little bit easier. Can't actually buy it at this point. Maybe
figure that out later.
Change the cooldown. So this is for specialization. Let's grab that. Okay, nothing item-wise there. Okay, so let's make 5 of these that we can do anyway. Interesting, these are going down into the lower quality ones now. And that takes us up to skill level 40 at this point. And
did he just burn all of those straight into gems? I think he did.
Urgent allocations on. Not sure we've got any stats on these yet. Red carving, polished stone, and hammering clasp.
Hang on, he's firing through things. What are we on now? We're on statues and carvings. Okay. Red carving kit requires a polishing stone. Where does the polished stone come from? This might then be like that could be like a mining thing. That could be, you know, you might have to acquire these from miners or something maybe.
Polished stone we can...
Oh, ignore me. It takes an eternity amber. Oh my god, it's going to take a regular gem to make one. That's going to cause a monstrous amount of imbalance to the use of basic gems, which may then mean you end up with, like we have today, what is it? It's the red gem, right? Isn't it the... is it called the Anger's Eye? I can never flip and remember the name of all these gems. The red gem today is the one that you always end up with 10 times more of it than you actually need, right? And so everybody just vendors it and gets 2 gold for it. If you end up with something that if you end up with a surplus amount of something, then you might be able to break it down and use it in other stuff. The red one is Anger's Eye. I remember there's always one you end up with. I just vendor the whole lot of them because of prospecting, but it'll be very interesting which level you have to be to learn dual crafting in these transmogs. There'll be... Yeah, there's a lot to this. There's definitely a lot to this, which I enjoy.
Make shimmering clasp we can make. That comes from the crumbled stone and the eternity amber. And then shimmering clasp, let's make 12 of those. Okay, so then we've got the revitalized red carving we can make with these items.
What is it? It is a glorious draconic statue, which will heal you for a short period of time before its power fades. Oh, okay, so it's trash. Okay, we have these already. We have these and nobody uses them. There ain't nobody that uses... Has anybody ever used a statue? One of the mini healing statues that are added in 9.2. Has anybody ever used one ever? I think I tried listing them on the auction house for a couple of months, even when they were brand new, and I was like, no. I've never even crafted one. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay.
It's a most glorious draconic statue on the ground nearby where it will heal you for a short time before its power fades. It can only be used on dragon. Wow, that's interesting. And already that's gone grey, so that was no good to me. So looking at the...
You can see at skill 43, Samadan's really scratching about for things to level up. This revitalized red carving, he's kind of forcefully having to make just because it's yellow. The only orange thing is that Time Watcher's Patience, which gives you the Nosderite gems, which is on a 3-day cooldown, and then crafting the gems that you get from the Nosderite. There's the only things that are guaranteeing skill points. And he still needs 7 skill points to get anything new.
The trainer thing. Oh, no, actually, though, there was some ones at 40, but no. Champion fuel crafting. Let's grab this.
Elemental Harmony.
Elemental Harmony.
Jeweler's Specs.
Let's have a look. Elemental Harmony.
Yeah, this is where you... Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is where your rare gems go to, then. This is where all your rare gems are going to get dumped into. Elemental Harmony. You're taking a Primal Convergence, which is you take a Primal Air, Fire, Water, all of that shenanigans. I don't know their actual names, but, you know, the elements. You take all of those and you make a Primal Convergence. Can every profession make those? I don't know. A Nosderite, we know how we get the Nosderites. We get that from the daily cooldown, open the thing with Dawn Crafters. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of the rare. I'm presuming... Can you prospect Nosderite? It's just it shares the same icon and it's rare like these, and these I would presume you get from prospecting some stuff. Oh, there's going to be some complexity to this. This is going to confuse the living Christ out of people. I know that for a fact.
Requires one of each of these. Nethra. Okay, these are the different dragon ones that...
Have you noticed every single one of the gems is named after a dragon? I like that. Alexstrasite, Malagite, Yosemrund, Neltherite, and Nosderite. That's quite clever. They've named them all after dragons. I like that. Confuse people. Imagine the add-on creator. Oh, rip add-on creators.
That came from prospecting. These came from prospecting that. So
They've
like
really,
these multi-steps.
they've really lent
these
into the
things.
dragon theme.
When they've got limited resources is going to be quite interesting. Lost my interface just then. Let's try that again. Very interesting. Slightly.
Samadan, prospect this thing. Prospect the purple one. I want to see what pops out with it. Oh, he's only got 4 of them though. Is he going to need 5 of these to prospect them?
Buggy at the moment, it would seem. Okay, now it's working. Once I turn the trainer off, I'm waiting for Neltherite and Nosderite. What the force Nosderite?
Because actually, you can see that this one doesn't... Or maybe it's because he doesn't have any yet. But these do have qualities. Yeah, he's burnt through all his Nosderite. He's broken the game. Right, unlearn it. Delete character, start again. He's burnt through all his Nosderite. He used them all making silly gems. See, I told you making silly gems without much thought is a bad idea. He's made 5 vendor trash gems of his Nosderite.
Nosderite came from... Now, the Nosderite came from the daily cooldown, unfortunately. Maybe I'm not going to be able to do that as easily. What about this ore? Let's prospect. I can't
no, he doesn't have enough.
It, interestingly. I can't re-prospect it, but it is here.
You've only got 4,
ore.
dude.
Can we get anything from here?
Titanicum? Got to be careful saying that.
Oh, they've got some Neltherite there, and some Malagite. Oh, and we've got some Nosderite here. So this is the higher end, or it would...
Oh, you can maybe get Nosderite by prospecting the big boy ore. Your equivalent of a lithium. Okay.
Seem the titanic ore is blue. And so we
And
are
that's
getting
also where
some
you're more reliably
decent
going
things
to
from
get
this. So this is going to
epic
be our
gems, I
mass
reckon.
prospect option here, with the daily cooldown not being quite so limited now. And then we need the primal convergent.
Does that mean then that 3-day cooldown, while it gave Samadan 5 Nosdorite here, does it mean that there's a chance for it to provide you any of these? And I can guarantee, because it happens every single time, that one colour of gem will be worth 4 times as much as the rest of them combined. Somehow Blizzard always seem to make it so that one gem is needed and then the rest just not so much. Like what was it flipping the green ones? The green ones in BFA, I think it was. The green and red ones in BFA were like ludicrously expensive compared to the other colours.
For this one, which is, where do we get this from? It's a crafting reagent.
Pandemonite,
Can't currently buy it.
I think.
All of these require it in some form.
What? Whoa, hang on. Corium bars? Hello? Where did Corium bars come from? And Mercurial Adamite Primal Shadow. Oh, recipe unlearned. I was like, what in the... Why have we got Burning Crusade stuff all of a sudden? No, he's just clicked on the bottom of the list, hasn't he? Oh, that scared me for a minute. Did anybody else notice, though, you could put an optional reagent on those? Can you do that today? Can you put optional reagent on those things nowadays? Oh, Relics of the Past, right? Yeah, done.
Needs it. Primal convergent. Primal convergent. Allocate reagent qualities. Oh, that's just the quantity we have of each of these. Okay, so if you click on each of these, you can say, okay, I'm going to use this quality of this item on this and this.
Primal convergent, whatever, is from alchemy, according to Wowhead. So the primal ones are made by alchemists and then sold. The elemental harmonies might be made by... Oh, the elemental ones are made by jewel crafters. The primal ones might be made by alchemists. Ooh, more interconnections between the different professions. This is good. I like that. I like that a lot. That UI looks bad. Well, they do claim it to still be very much work in progress, and I hope it's very much work in progress, because I agree, it's terrible.
Quality item on that. Okay. So that doesn't give us anything really here. We're stuck on...
Still not, like, Samadan's 43 points in, and he, at this point, like, has very few actual gems to make. You've got the rudimentary gems, but these elemental-based gems, using the rare gems, are, like, nothing yet.
On a leveling point here of really looking at the gems with the Nosdorite, really, and the awakened bits and pieces. As long as we've got a path really through, I mean, this basically seems to be the way forward. Get yourself a pathway, go off and find some more recipes. Oh, there we go, we got inspired. You see that come up there, and that became a quality 2. Now we're at yellow with these anyway. And then the element.
Now I want to know what the difference between a tier 1 and a tier 2 steady Nosdorite is. If we... So how many... Hang on. What did we work it out to be earlier? There was 3 different qualities of 6 different... 6 times 3 is 8. 54. We had 54 slots just for the rare basic gems. Now if we're going to have 3 different quality cuts of gems on top... Oh my lord. Jewel crafters are going to need 5,000 bag slots. So excited to get my hands on this. Yes, I'm looking forward immensely to be able to have a little poke about at my own pace.
Elemental harmony is causing us a bottleneck here.
Is it only 5 gems, not 6? Have we only got 5 colours? What colour are we missing? Are we missing yellow? Just looking at Samadan's bags there, we don't particularly appear to be having yellow, do we? Red, blue, yellow, black, and green. Okay, the aspect. Oh, the aspect colours. Okay.
Find a way of getting hold of this primal convergent. That's our journey for the moment at 46. The Time Watcher's Patience, we can make that with each of these, but the cooldown is on that one. So there are some limits here, and then obviously if we went out and bought all the recipes, that would be quite easy to go and skill ourselves up even beyond that. So there's different levels, because you can see here in this Unlearned tab, there's a whole lot of different stuff.
Okay, so we can see all the unlearned stuff. Blotting Sand, Pounce. How can Pounce be a reagent? Sounds like the name of a cat. Air gems, you can see, okay, well, you got Malagites, Eusemerals, Alexstrasites, and Neltharites. Energized, Quick, Crafty, and Keen. They're interestingly using the same names as what they did back in the day for them as well. I wonder if they pair up. I wonder if an energized gem from back in the day will actually be the same stat ratio. Or not necessarily the ratio, but, you know, the same 2 stats as they were. Energized was like, what? Like something and something else. I don't know. Forceful Nosderite, plus 16, 8 at grade 1. Plus 18 and 10 at grade 2. And plus 22 and 14 at grade 3. Okay, so yeah, it steps them up. It's interesting, it's attaching item levels to the gems. Is that maybe to give people an indication at, like, if your gear is 385, then, you know, this is a 385 gem, maybe? Okay.
Reagents, Blotting Sand,
when crafting, increase bonus crafting from inspiration by +6. Oh, okay.
Craft increases bonus crafting skill and inspiration. And
these finishing reagents intrigue me. They intrigue me greatly because there's a cost versus payoff. You know, because you're gonna have to make these finishing reagents, right? And as you can see, they're using a bunch of stuff: tattered wilder cloth, arousing earth, and some finely ground gemstones. You know, those are 3 components that are all going to have their own individual value to them. To make an item that will maybe give you a bonus or maybe not. It's a real gamble with these finishing reagents. You're probably going to look, if your skill is within 10 points away or something of guaranteeing the next quality, then you might think about using the finishing reagents to just push you past that threshold. It might then be valuable to push you past the threshold to guarantee the next quality. It might then be worth it for you. It's going to be very interesting to see when you decide to use them and when you decide not to. Is this the Every Last Copper? I never assume that it's the actual person in the streams.
But
that's
air
cool
gems,
if it is.
more air gems, different types of gems, and timeless gems, increased stats on.
But for more, before I make myself look particularly silly, you had the blog back in the day, right? I'm quite sure of it.
And all of those tiered medallion setting. Add a socket to an endgame dragonflight necklace. A necklace
have
can
up to
have
three
sockets.
sockets.
Okay, 3 sockets is really good. So that's going to mean, you know, a lot of markets for jewel crafters really, and all the gems. Again, though, it's probably.
Whoa! What are these? Trinkets? Since when do jewel crafters make trinkets? We make rings and we make necklaces. We don't usually make trinkets. Hello, what's this? Uses a lot of stuff. It's usually scribes that make trinkets.
Going to be down to
Dragonflight,
commodities. So the pricing of these is going to be really quite tough, I think, for the commodities market. But we shall see. We shall see what happens. And then we've got some
he skipped over
jewelry.
the good stuff. What are this? Jewelry. These are necklaces. Drain the elemental energies from you and your gems, sacrificing 46 of each of their associated stat to shield you for 3,000 per gem socketed for 10 seconds. These stats are returned to you when the shield is broken or expired. That's an interesting twist. A choker of shielding.
Some actual really nice bits of jewellery here. Their necks and rings, as you'd expect. Statues
From
and
back on
carvings,
Storm Spire
charged
back in the day.
Pinata.
I
Place an intimidating
definitely
statue on
recognise the name.
the battlefield, which can be attacked by players of either faction. Once destroyed, it will drop a random battleground buff that anyone can claim. It can only be used in war mode. Okay, that sounds like it could be fun. And we got some pets, the whelp things. Those.
Oh, more pets. Where's the panther mounts? Where's the new panther mounts? Jeweled amber whelpling. Woo! Take note. Where's he at? More pets. Jeweled dragon's heart. That looks like some sort of special reagent. That's going to be a flipping stupid expensive vendor mat, isn't it? Polished stones we get to make ourselves. Nosderite is a rare gem. Elemental harmony we get to make. And a limited diamond is one of the epic gems that we can prospect into. Ooh. Bind on pickup. Yeah, work order bait. Definitely work order bait for sure.
Could hopefully be good sellers. Any mounts, anything like that, professional equipment.
Samadan
so
thought exactly the same.
Good for
Where's me panthers?
engineers, probably. Novelties is toys, and then extravagant glassware.
What is all of this? Extravagant glasswares. A marvelous though fragile gemstone can be. Oh, so this actually looks like there's there we go. There we go. Somehow, probably through the specializations, you can spec into more than just Nosderite. Nosderite is the one you probably pick up from the trainer through leveling. But if you spec into something, I guess, you will have access to these other ones, which I presume you get to then press the button you want to press dependent on what gems you want to get. But it's all of them share a 3-day cooldown. Jewel Crafters transmutes in essence. Oh, that would be quite cool.
Oh, cracked reveal a small hoard. Okay, so these are things that you can combine.
Oh, and there's that jewel. Oh, there's the jewel dragon's heart. Look, that's the thing that needed to make the pets. So you're going to need one of every. Okay, it is 5 by the looks of things. 1 of 5 basic gems. 5 times 3 is 50. Okay, so only 45 slots for your basic gems, not 54. So 1 of each of the basic gems and then a finely ground gemstones. I've still not worked out where these finely ground gemstones come from, but maybe we'll learn.
And make into something else. Okay.
Only 45.
Here. I think jewel crafting, again, we've got specializations.
Oh, wow, that's very limited right now, isn't it? That's not a tree, that's barely a bonsai. Come on, Blizzard, that's barely a bonsai, never mind a tree. Jewel crafting. Okay, Jeweler's Kit Mastery. Specialize in your basic toolkit and improve the general practice of jewel crafting. Underwhelming? Yeah, a little bit. Just put 50 points in this and forget about it.
Haven't looked at this just yet. Let's learn a few points into this. So this
face sitting. The art of face sitting. Improve the practice of cutting gems to improve the quality of your cuts and discover new designs. Oh, Lord! The other gems are hidden behind a discovery system. Of course they are. Okay, that means that's very much like what it was back in the day. Unfortunately, though, this is not going to be deterministic. This is a level of RNG that's going to be painful for some and incredibly good for others. If there is, like, let's say 25 different potential gems and they're on a discovery system, you can bet your ass that day 1 somebody will get the BIS gem and they'll just be laughing all the way to the bank. Alternatively, you may go 25 days before you get the Bis gem, and you just, through no doing of your own, get completely screwed over or not. But that's the downside of these discovery systems. That's always the way. If they balance the gems nicely, then it probably won't matter too much. But yeah, we'll see. If there's a distinct discovery system on the go here. So
Jeweler's Kit Mastery is fairly empty at this point, and basically,
what does it do? Specialize in your basic toolkit to improve the general practice, gaining +1 crafting skill to all crafts. So yeah, you slap 50 points in that, and you're just doing plus 50% crafting. All right, fine. Very uninspiring. Like I said before, time for 10 Jewel crafting alts. Does the profession require max level, e.g. 60 for Shadowlands equivalent, or 5? Hang on, lots of words. Does the profession require max level, or 5 Shadowlands? 50 Shadowlands equivalent. Oh, in terms of to use the gear, I don't know. When we get access, we can dive in a bit deeper.
basic toolkit and improve the general practice of the jewel crafting. So this will be your starter one.
Okay, we've looked at faceting. What's settings? Improving the art of crafting magnificent jewelry, trinkets, and statues.
These ones you're gonna.
The trees look to be a little bit more tree-like on these ones.
Need to be.
And then enterprising, improve the practice of extracting reagents in a usable state and utilizing them in specialized crafts. +5 resourcefulness when crafting extravagancies and glassware. This presumably is also going to be where you bump your prospecting skills, I would guess, is going to be an enterprising. There's a good potential, there's a good possibility here that just straight up being a hardcore prospector, prospecting shit, selling it, could be a very viable market. If enough of it can go on the auction house and there's enough limitations for other people, you could become the master prospector and have a whale of a time just buying ore, prospecting it, and then selling it again. Incoming gold cap, if that becomes profitable.
Probably skill level 100 before you unlock them. So if we started on this and add some knowledge in, a lot we can add in here.
Crafting speed when crafting any dual crafting
Speed
design.
And crafting skill,
resourcefulness crafting.
Skill. Let's just add even more to this all the way around. Max that out. Learn to tools. Kit mastery is learnt. Apply that, and then these faceting. Now these aren't limited by the skill level being at 100. I wonder if that's intended or not. Then we could learn that. Faceting.
Improve at cutting gems, gaining +1 crafting skill for all gems, +5 inspiration when cutting gems. Oh, at 5 points. Same again. Oh, you can put 40 points in this one. They seem to be switching up the amount of points. I wonder if they're going to try and balance things so that... See, this is the problem, right? Some professions are going to... There's a very strong possibility that if they limit the amount of knowledge you can acquire, some professions will excel much faster than others. We've already seen there was a huge difference between the amount of knowledge points that were needed to max out blacksmithing than what were needed to max out alchemy. Like, a considerable difference as well. It might mean that you can max out some of the basic professions much, much, much quicker. And the more complicated... Look at leatherworking, for example. It could, in theory, take much longer to level up leatherworking because you're dealing with mail, you're dealing with leather, whereas tailors are just going to be dealing with cloth. So,
Improve at cutting gems, crafting for all gem cuts, extra inspiration, then different frost, fire, earth, and air. And the settings is for very good. Delicate art of fitting jewelry, gaining crafting skill. Okay, you need 100 in this now. You need 100 in that? No, you don't. Okay, that's interesting. And that needs 100. Okay, so settings and enterprising. Enterprising is point, when crafting extravagancies in glassware, and this one when fitting.
I wonder if these are dynamic. I wonder if it's that Samadan could have, in theory, chose any two to begin with, but then has to max his professions before he has access to the other two that he didn't choose to begin with. Because otherwise, this felt quite predetermined that they, you had to have these two, and then if you want to unlock these, it's skill 100. I wonder if you can go, can you just go straight into enterprising?
Jewelry, carving stone, and then probably this is carving, idols, stone, and this is necklaces, jewelry, and rings. Okay, so you'd further want to specialize in each of these probably quite quickly, I imagine, but then that requires skill level of 100 to unlock that. In the meantime, you can do things like
Improve at cutting gems. Okay.
faceting, go through all of those just to increase your skill. There's a lot of points here. Whether they're going to balance these to be less points or what have you, it does give you quite a few.
Then you can specialize deeper. Improve at cutting gems with air. Okay. There's definitely going to be a cookie cutter path for jewel crafting. I can see it now.
Choices though.
The limiting factor with jewel crafting could be you could take a cookie cutter build if you know like main stat heavy gems usually use one element more than other. You're going to be incentivized to go to that, but then you fuck yourself over really badly if through the discovery system you don't then get those gem cuts. That's risk reward. Oh dear.
Now we could just choose to do all different gems here. So first impressions. I'm still really excited about how this is looking. I think we've got some good things coming from both jewel crafting and leatherworking. There's no massive surprises here. It's kind of what I'd expect, especially based on what we saw from alchemy and blacksmithing.
It's magical.
The different levels of specialization.
I'm stoked.
I think at the moment it seems a little bit up in the air in terms of like, okay, how are we going to work our way through this? Once we've got a proper sort of leveling path through the profession, and then when we know how and where we can get all these other recipes from. I mean, obviously it's so easy with Alpha. I can just buy the knowledge I need. I can buy the recipes I need. But that's not really a true indication of what it's really going to be like
auction house.
Out in the world playing the game. And
12 volts.
Have to level up.
7
Most
computers.
likely you are, because I did notice that with equipment, you have to be level 61 at the moment to be able to equip any of these things. I was unfortunately wanted to try that out and see if I could max it out with my blacksmith character at the moment. But as it stands, it's looking pretty amazing, I'd say. If you've got any questions about any particular professions you want me to have a look at, please let me know.
Whoa. Has anybody else noticed that even prospecting has a quality system? It seemed to be recipe difficulty of only 100, crafting skill 121. You're going to max out your prospecting very quickly. But oh dear lord, if even prospecting has quality on it.
Put it in the comments or contact me through my Discord or Twitter or wherever. There's lots of really exciting things. This is very much still first impressions, bare bones at the moment, but so far I think this is looking really nice. I can see it starting to come together. How these markets all play out when this comes to gold making, I think is going to remains to be seen at this point. So I hope you found that useful. I'll keep you posted with more and more things as and when they come out. So until next time, happy gold making, and I'll see you very soon.
Shout out Samadan, our man with the alpha, our man with the plan. Make sure you guys, I'll throw you guys the link in chat again if you haven't already. Make sure you go give the video a thumbs up. Make sure you're subbed to Samadan if you're not already. Drop him a comment, let him know that you love him. All gravy, baby. Right then. While Gumdrops, you can officially go and eat your lunch now. I hope we managed to make... Was that... see, that was less than 2 hours. That was less than 2 hours for a 26-minute video. I think we did all right, you know. It's not quite a record, but that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, I know I go into a little bit more. I pause Andy pretty hardcore during these, but I'm trying to extract a lot of information if I can from these videos. But I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. I'm hungry. I need to go get me some food. So we will be back tomorrow. The stream might start a little bit later tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow morning. But we might. I've got to get up really early tomorrow morning to do some stuff. We'll see what time I get home. So the stream might be a bit later in the day tomorrow. But we will be streaming all the same. Hopefully my launcher will say Dragonfly Alpha before too long, and we can dive in through this and have a little bit of a look-see ourselves. But thank you all for joining once again today, boys and girls. If you haven't already, hit that follow button. Tick on that sub button if you're so inclined. And have yourselves a good day, fellas and fellarettes. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace. We'll do a quick raid for Mr. GM. He's streaming the alpha, so go pester Mr. GM to take a little bit of a looky at the professions, get his viewpoint on it. See you all tomorrow, boys and girls. Peace.